Like, listen, I don't like Stanley. I think the only person I had been was Stanley.
And Nate, Stanley doesn't state the obvious, like what the up. He's used talking points. Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
The nature of American culture, it's a white people problem. Okay. I literally said they need to understand
that bother you like that. If they want to beef with you, it's called Stanley versus the world.
And just assume their character by stereotype?
I think people do that every day.
Okay, I didn't ask you. What do I think is okay?
Gang on this Sunday, July 19th. President Trump is headed back to Georgia, this time to Cobb County, after he delivers a primetime address on election integrity. Also, Burt Jones breaks his silence on Rick Jackson and says he's not endorsing him yet. Also, Atlanta leaders say the World Cup could pay off for years to come. Melito, Phil, Theron, and Brian are all here. The debate and discussion begin right now.
From the Fox 5 studios, the Georgia Gang starts now.
President Trump is coming back to Georgia. He's expected to appear Wednesday at Wheeler High School in Cobb County to promote his new, quote, Trump accounts children's savings program. Senate nominee Mike Collins is expected to join him. This after the president gave a primetime speech on election integrity in the 2020 election. Phil, let's go to you first. He made no mention, though, of Fulton County this time. Instead, he really focused on China. Is he moving on from Fulton County, or are we going to have more details come out on Fulton County?
Well, I think perhaps one reason he didn't mention it is, as we all know, the FBI is still gathering the evidence on Fulton County. They're looking for new evidence. The U.S. attorney, if they find it, is poised to maybe follow up on that. So I think he's waiting for the FBI report on Fulton County, and then he will do that. I think he was wise to just point out, which is something shocking that everybody, regardless of your politics, ought to be concerned about, and that is the tremendous effort by China, communist China, to apparently steal over the course of the years.
Well, welcome to Stanley versus the World, everyone. All of you all who were over on CM's show where I was, and I was even over on Nidish's show earlier. I'm sorry to let this elderly gentleman know that there's absolutely nothing said in Trump's speech that was new to shit. China's been into American elections as the United States has been into China's internal affairs and Russia's internal affairs. This is nothing new. Trump revealed nothing new. And the Silver Fox comb over man here. Sorry. Thanks for letting us know that China's been involved. Probably since forever.
Election data, names, social security numbers. If you go on to the White House website, you can see some of the things that intelligence agencies were telling President Biden and President Trump. It's a real shocker. Just last week, Brian, you were talking about how China was manipulating propaganda here in the United States, and rightly so, with regard to data centers. Well, why wouldn't they be doing it with regard to elections? And so I thought that was my takeaway. But I do think, I know we're going to talk about this more, he will probably pivot more to affordability and other issues.
All right, Theron, let's get a Democratic perspective here, because Senator John Ossoff said that Trump's speech really sets up a showdown, so that if the midterms go the Democrats' way, Trump will challenge the results yet again.
Well, Senator Ossoff had a lot to say this week, Lori, about President Trump. You know, we got word that this address, which I think honestly was just very disappointing to me, Phil and Brian, that I thought the president was going to actually show this evidence of this widespread fraud that is happening in these elections. elections or happened in 2020. He didn't do that. But I think Senator Ossoff had to get on the offense along with Senator Warnock and say what this is really about. It's not about 2020 elections. This evidence and this pivot that we keep hearing that President Trump is going to do, it's not going to happen. This is all about influencing the 2026 election. And we're still waiting to see, after this illegal FBI raid that actually happened in Fulton County, what evidence did he have to show that there was voter fraud? So yes, the senators are definitely saying, look, let's not get distracted. Clearly, as Phil pointed out, I do say this as a Democrat, if China is actually manipulating our data and getting Social Security's numbers and all that is bad. But experts came out right away, Lori, and say, yeah, that's been going on for a while. The question is, what is President Trump's going to do about it to work with Secretary of States across the country to make sure that this data breach and all this stuff is not happening? So I think ultimately the two senators came out on top of this. There was no evidence that they were illegitimate. They're legitimate, duly elected constitutional officers on the federal level for the state of Georgia.
Brian, does this also hurt Republican voters? Because if they don't have confidence in the system, will they show out?
Look, the message from President Trump was very forward-looking here. It wasn't the backward-looking view that Democrats were hoping for. Yes, Warnock and Ossoff spent the entire week talking about the Trump speech based on misinformation from some no-name Twitter account saying that he was going to say Warnock and Ossoff were illegitimate senators who were elected fraudulently. He never said the words Georgia, Ossoff, or Warnock, or Fulton County in this speech. So Democrats were terribly disappointed by this. It wasn't what they wanted. They wanted to tee off on President Trump about a fixation on Georgia, and they didn't get it. You know, I think there's a lot of credibility from with Americans.
Let me help this other gentleman with the silver fox comb over. Trump did not disappoint. He did one better than not talk about 2020 or Fulton County or any of that stuff. He literally wasted words and proved nothing except what we already know. Trump did not disappoint. As a matter of fact, he surpassed expectations. He surpassed expectations. He just didn't meet predictions.
Of all parties, that China would be more than happy to interfere with our elections. They definitely want to create chaos in our country. They definitely want to hurt our democracy's foundations. There's no doubt about that. Now, whether there's proof in the documents that the White House has put forward, we're going to find that out in the coming days. I'm sure there will be no end to the research and the digging that is involved from either opponents and allies of the president. And so, Theron mentions that the president didn't mention any evidence. Well, in the very first part of the speech, he said, go to whitehouse.gov, and then he repeated it, whitehouse.gov, to go and see the evidence that he's putting forward, and then Americans can make their own decision. I think we saw a Trump that was on message here, not looking backwards, and I think President Trump's going to highly encourage Republicans to show up and vote in these midterms.
Okay, so if something illegal is happening with federal elections, you're going to let the American public be the investigators or the opinionators versus like the FBI? The FBI has an election like fraud, I don't know what they call them, team or whatever. But the American people, most of them don't vote. Or let's not say most of them, but a very large proportion of American citizens don't even vote. Why are you going to leave this election integrity? Is it right or is it true? Or why are you leaving it up to a bunch of people who don't vote? Again, Trump defied predictions, but he met expectations, which were never very high in the first place.
Melita.
Well, let's talk about credibility and let's talk about misinformation. The president used the figure 220 million registered voters. Well, guess what? There are only 172 million registered voters. So if China has data on 220 million, there's an extra 40 million rattling around somewhere. And then let's talk about the SAVE Act that Trump is asking the Senate, because the House has already passed it, to pass. The SAVE Act is the equivalent of a new poll tax because it requires either a passport, which only 51% of the American population has, or a birth certificate which matches your birth and a photo ID which matches your birth name. Well, most married women have taken a husband's name. So then you have to show a marriage license and all of this, any change, even if you're already registered to vote and you move, you have to go in person with all this documentation to change your registered address. So it's going to be a really big headache, which discriminates against women, against low-income people who don't have passports, against people without college degrees. A fourth of them don't have, more than a fourth don't have passports. So it's really a bad piece of legislation that he's pushing for here.
All right, let's bring it back to Georgia, because I want to talk about the president's trip. He remains popular with Georgia Republicans, but his numbers have softened nationally. So how much does this visit actually help or hurt Mike Collins and Rick Jackson, especially with independents, Brian?
Look, I think the topic is one that is going to be wildly popular with independents. These Trump accounts are a great idea. It is a way to make sure that every child in America gets a foot on the wealth ladder, a phrase you've heard me say here a lot on the show, talking about home ownership and the dangers to Gen Z not being able to buy homes. This is great for the Generation A folks. My daughter has a Trump account, and unfortunately, she's too old to get the $1,000 that is being promised and given to those who are born more recently. But we've already started it, and that's money that she can use toward a college education, money she can use toward putting down a down payment on her first home. And it allows children from every background to have a share of the American wealth creation machine. If we had done what George W. Bush said in 2006 and put some of the Social Security revenue into the stock market, we would not be going bankrupt in Social Security in 2032. It happened because Democrats stopped it, and we're going to pay a terrible price for it. Trump sees that, and now our children are going to benefit from the.
Yep, and this young man confirms the whole point behind Trump accounts. They are looking for ways and excuses to privatize things like Social Security. Dude, they literally want to do what Trump said he wouldn't do, and he won't do, but he's laying the seeds with Trump accounts to make Social Security private at some point. Replace Social Security with, probably won't call them Trump accounts, but this is the test bed. He's literally saying what their intent is.
The magic of the market.
Farron.
Lori, I wanted to say my response to Brian to this segment. So, Brian, you talked about how the evidence is on whitehouse.gov. I know you read the news every morning like I do. All the experts who went on whitehouse.gov said that there was no new evidence of
that's
fraud.
not true.
That's what they
Other
said.
experts
No,
have said it. I
they
feel
haven't said no.
that's
Well,
ridiculous.
they show it to me. Where are your facts? Show me the numbers.
We need 10 minutes for Lori to
So now,
straighten him
but
out.
We need
again,
an hour show for that whitehouse.gov.
now let's get to where you have a very unpopular president coming to Georgia. This is, I like to remind Phil and Brian of his overall approval rating is hovering below 40. All right, no matter how you want to mix it up, there's some hybrid numbers out there, but you have an approval rating. It's at its all-time low for this president. So he's coming to Georgia, and the question is, if you're Mike Collins, you're going to stand there with the president who is very unpopular with the general election. Yes, he's popular with the Republican base, but you're in a general election. Now, these Trump accounts, I will say this, I'm learning more and more about them. I actually called B-Rob yesterday, and I was like, hey, man, you got one of these Trump accounts? And he told me that Quinn had one. So, yes, that is something that I think folks should really figure out a way to take benefits of, but also make sure you consult your CPAs and make sure it's the right thing to do, because we know a lot of folks had these conservation easements and they're paying the price for that now, and they invested in that a long time ago. But I do believe this, Lori, the president's coming to Georgia Republicans have got to be sort of cautiously optimistic about this visit because, yes, he's coming here at Wheeler High School in Cobb County, which is a battleground county, but is a blue county. But I do believe that if you're seeing with him and you're associating yourself with the unpopularity that he displays right now, that's got to hurt the Republicans in the general election.
Phil?
Well, this whole favorability issue is a myth. President Trump won the presidency twice with his ratings under 50% with favorability. Insider and other pollsters that are accredited by Real Clear Politics point out that you can miss all of this and still win elections with a shift in popularity. For example, Trump has shifted. Yes, he has 40%. He's gone up to 52%. It shifts all the time with regard to the news cycle. So just be aware of that when polling is done. I do agree with your points on the Trump accounts. It's also the theme is it'll help young people under 18. There's other. He's going to talk about the big beautiful bill that cut people's taxes, no tax on tips or Social Security, et cetera, et cetera. And it meshes, in my opinion, with what Rick Jackson is doing, the Republican candidate for governor, who is an expert on health care affordability. This is a great theme.
The Trump accounts will also help foster kids, so that's important also.
We
Melita.
have to remember that Cobb County went for the opponent of the president in both 2020 and 2024. And Kamala Harris carried Cobb County by a wide margin. And so he's going into a place where he's not necessarily well liked.
Cobb County remains the largest cachet of Republican votes in the entire
Exactly. State. He won without Columbia County in 2024, with Cobb County.
Cobb County. Okay, we'll leave it there, folks. Coming up, Burt Jones breaks his silence on Rick Jackson, and there's no ringing endorsement yet.
Georgia Gang? Email them at georgiagang@foxtv.com.
Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones is giving Rick Jackson the cold shoulder in his first interview since losing the bitter GOP runoff. Jones would not commit to even voting for Jackson in November, telling the AJC's Politically Georgia podcast simply, "We'll see." Now, Jones says Jackson's campaign alienated grassroots Republicans with a flood of negative ads, and the two men still have competing defamation lawsuits pending against each other. Phil, to you first, because you just took a phone call from Burt Jones moments before the show started. So what's the latest?
Well, that's right. And things are moving very quickly from that interview of last Monday. And he is, I'm very optimistic. I think they're going to meet. I'm looking in the crystal ball again here, Theron, as you like when I do that. And I know one thing, and Burt Jones told me he does not want Bottoms to be governor of Georgia. That's very clear. And I think that you'll see Josh McCoon, the state party chairman of the Republican Party, will play a big role too with Rick Jackson and Burt Jones. After all, you got to give Josh McCoon credit here. He has very diplomatically forged alliances, temporary or not, with Brian Kemp and Donald Trump, and hooray for that too. That's holding. So I'm very optimistic.
Theron, Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones says he's not bitter, but he's waiting for somebody from the Rick Jackson campaign to call him. Now, in my 30 years of covering campaigns, it's usually the winner. The loser calls the winner to concede. The loser calls the winner to concede. So that's not happening.
Lori, when I look at you, I can't believe you were in journalism for 30 years. You look so young. Oh, my God. You just saying that.
Give this man an hour.
I know, yeah. Real quick. Yeah, that is how it goes. Usually you can see if you're a loser, you're running a race, you call that man or woman and say, hey, we fought the good fight. But unfortunately, I did not win. I don't support you. Let me know what you need. Now, I don't know. Maybe you guys can answer. Did Burt Jones and Rick Jackson speak on election night? I don't know if that happened. If it did happen, then I think that the Jackson campaign should call people like Burt Jones and everyone else and get the support. Now, if they haven't spoken, then I think that Burt Jones and Rick Jackson has got to figure out a way to talk, because they haven't had a chance to actually talk yet, because that was a night where I'm sure a lot of emotions were there. But I also want to go back to what Burt Jones said. Okay, yes, he said he may not vote for him, not an endorsement yet, but he also talked about how he feels that the Jackson campaign has just alienated the networks around the state as far as like grassroots people. Now, I don't know if Burt Jones was talking about his folks, but it's not uncommon that let people who are losing campaigns go with the winner and consolidate. The other thing that Burt Jones talked about was actually saying, you know what, this is going to be a hard fight. While he doesn't want Bottoms to be the governor, he's also acknowledging that this is going to be a tough battle. And I take it from someone like Burt Jones, who has been out there amongst Georgia voters, and he's basically sending the same signal that Buddy Carter sent this week, and saying that that them as Republicans need to be aware that Democrats do have momentum right now, and this is going to be a fight.
Well, Jones is for unity, just to clear that up.
Well, Brian,
say wasn't. I'm
we're
just
going to
saying.
disclose that you work for the Jackson campaign, but let me ask you this. A lot of Republicans, I mean, Chris Carr, all of the Republican gubernatorial candidates, with the exception of Burt Jones, have endorsed Rick Jackson. So a lot of folks in the Senate chambers, the House chamber, a lot of folks have come and endorsed Rick Jackson, just not Burt Jones.
So any use of this interview to say that there's Republican disunity doesn't look at the data sets. All of those things you said, we have all of the legislature, Governor Kemp, President Trump. But that Fox News poll that we discussed here in the last couple of weeks, that was done fairly early after the runoff, and it showed 93% of Republicans already consolidated behind Rick Jackson. That's been a couple of weeks ago. So that number now, you can assume, is somewhere north of 95, 96%. Keisha Lance Bottoms has the same consolidation on the Democrat side, so we're not unique. But they're identical. There's not a difference of Republican disunity and Democrat unity. That doesn't exist. So Republicans are firmly behind. As far as Burt Jones goes, I have worked in politics for a quarter century. I've known a lot of people who've run. You put your heart and your soul into it. Campaigns are really tough. You hear a lot of terrible things about yourself and your family. It's very stressful. It takes time to heal. I think that we all have a lot of empathy for what Burt Jones is going through. Rick Jackson's campaign wants Burt's support, and they're going to work to get it. And all of this will work itself out.
All right, Melita.
Well, the longer this drags, the more Burt Jones looks like a privileged, petulant frat boy who is a sore loser. And so he is the one who makes himself look bad.
All right, let me talk about one more issue, because Rick Jackson this week visited a restaurant in Buckhead called the Toast on Lenox. Is that right?
That's correct.
It looked fabulous. That food looks amazing, so we want to give them a plug. But it's a Black-owned business, and Rick Jackson had posted some pictures, I think, with the owner. Dan, I want to go to you about this, because some folks are actually calling for a boycott because Rick Jackson, was in that restaurant and posing for pictures with some of the owners and some of the patrons.
Well, as a person who actually was an owner in a restaurant myself that does business with restaurants, I would tell you that you also, yes, Lori, some people did say the boycott in the comments, but you've seen other restaurant owners like my good friend Ryan Wilson from the Gallagher Spot, who came on social media and said, look, I'm a Keisha Lance Bottoms supporter, and I'm not going to sit here and say we need to boycott one of my fellow restaurant owners. However, the question that he raised, and this is the question I would raise, is that when these restaurant owners who happen to be Black bring in Republicans who don't have a long history of supporting small Black-owned businesses, what are you getting out of the meeting? Like, what was discussed in the meeting? What is Rick Jackson going to do to help more small Black business owners? I think that's where you see the frustration come in. And then, Lori, I would be disingenuous if I didn't come on the show and tell you that we're in a very tribal, hypersensitive electorate right now. There are some Black people who accepted Rick Jackson in the barbershop. He also went to the restaurant. And if you see, and I'll say this, that Black people are some of the most welcoming people. You can go to our churches, you can go to our restaurants, you can go to our barbershops, we'll welcome you. But I think that what people are saying is, if you're going to stand up there with the Republican nominee for governor and allow him to use the optics, and then what are you getting in return with the optics appearing with him? I think that is what folks are going to have. And the same thing, when Keisha Lance Bottoms decides to go to a white barbershop and she goes to rural county and go to some of these places where fish, bass, hunting, and all those places and show up, the people are going to ask the same question. Okay, white people are going to ask, hey, you met with Keisha Lance Bottoms. What did you all discuss? And if she became governor, how is that going to help my community?
Brian, you took some hits also because you went on B103, the radio station. So I guess you know how it feels.
No, I took some slings and arrows this week, but look, Theron can vouch for me. I've spent the last decade, this has nothing to do with the Rick Jackson campaign, going into Black media and often with Theron going in to speak to Black audiences because I believe Republicans have to do that outreach. They have to drive that message, maybe naively, but I believe that if all Georgians hear what we're selling and the record of success Republicans have had, they're going to want to vote for us. So I've seen this sort of boycott stuff before. There's a great barbecue place in Marietta called Dave Poe's, and Rick Jackson actually had an event there toward the end of the primary. He did a commercial in favor of the big, beautiful bill because it was a really important tax cut for small businesses like his. Because he was for tax cuts for small businesses, all these Dems around the country were giving him one-star reviews on the online rating sites. That's disgusting. Go support Dave Poe's Barbecue if you live anywhere in Cobb County. Show some support for those folks. Look, the feedback, the attacks that I got for being on V103 were often directed toward V103 saying, how dare you have a Republican on this platform? That's ridiculous. That is intolerant.
Aaron?
If I can step in real quick, Phil. The V103, you're right. You've been going on Maria Boynton's show for decades. We've gone on together. It was not all of what you said. It was the ability for you to say it, and it was unchecked. It was not fact-checked. Ahmaud Arbery is not a gang member. And so that's where V103 got the pushback. So now what Maria Boynton has to do is bring on a paid spokesperson for the Bottoms campaign or Bottoms herself. I think that's where people were sort of complaining. Not that you can't be welcome on a Black radio show.
Well, let's forget V103 for a second. Go back to the original point, and that is I would be pleased if I was a restaurant owner to have any candidate in a prominent office coming in there. And the point is, I don't know if they're going to get anything out of it, but the people who are there should be able to listen, and that's retail politics at its best. So I would think any restaurant owner, and of course, I think I've always been opposed to boycotts. Let's just have more voices.
All right, I need to close it there. I think you were talking about Rayshard Brooks and not Ahmaud Arbery. Is that true?
Rayshard Brooks, yes.
That's a Rayshard Brooks.
Yeah, you said Ahmaud Arbery.
Okay, sorry.
So I'm just fact-checking.
Rayshard Brooks was not a member of a gang. And rest in peace to Ahmaud Arbery.
Folks, let me say my source for that was the GBI report. Take it or leave it.
But I talked to his lawyers and I talked to other folks. There's no evidence of this man ever being a gang member, and nor has he been arrested for any gang.
The GBI said he was a gang member.
I trust the GBI and the gang members that said he was a gang member.
We'll let the viewers fact check themselves and figure it out. All right, up next, Atlanta's World Cup moment and whether the economic boost outlasts the final whistle.
Gang Facebook page and watch past episodes on the Georgia Gang YouTube channel.
Atlanta business leaders say the World Cup is paying off beyond the stadium. The Metro Atlanta Chamber says the tournament has opened doors to new international partnerships, hosting business delegations from Spain, England, and Argentina around this week's matches. Leaders with Invest Atlanta say the real test now is turning World Cup buzz into long-term investment, especially with the 2031 Women's World Cup already eyeing Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Melita, the city went all in on hosting. Is there real evidence that this translates into lasting jobs and investment? Or is this mostly just kind of a feel-good story?
Well, I think the proof will be over the coming years whether the efforts by chambers of commerce and other business leaders to meet with the business leaders who came from foreign countries while they were in town prove fruitful for future business negotiations for locations of companies here and sending workforce here or opening offices here. So the proof will be in the coming years, not an immediate thing. But I think Atlanta gets high points for the hospitality demonstrated by residents. I think hotels weren't quite as full as some people had hoped, but certainly underground Atlanta, so close to the stadium, got lots and lots of business. And I think it was gratifying to see the restaurants and others putting up international flags and showing a warm welcome to the world.
Phil, we did see a big boom here after the 96 Olympics.
Well, no, that's a good comparison. And I agree, Melita, with a lot of what you're saying. And those 96 Olympics really were the catalyst for a lot of growth we have seen as the years went by. And there was a lot of, obviously, preparation that went into this. What a great last week for the final World Cup match. I can only echo some of the things you just said, and I think we can build on that.
Darren.
You know, when I looked at the World Cup sort of ending, I said, you know what, it's not the end, it's actually the beginning for our world-class city. You know, we're a global city with the world's busiest and most efficient airport. You're absolutely right, Lauren Field. The Olympics changed lives. I mean, I can't tell you how many small business owners, big corporations, all are still benefiting to this day because of the Olympics. Now, the one thing I do want to applaud folks on is this. Yes, we saw some little scuffles. You know, we saw some fights, but I want to commend the Atlanta Police Department, women and men, who did their best to de-escalate these situations. You know, there were racial slurs, and also shout out to Underground Atlanta. I mean, you've seen all those Argentinian fans, they're celebrating, but also is that William Pate, Dan Corso, Katie Kirkpatrick, Mayor Dickens, and also Governor Kemp deserve a lot of credit, because while it did start off slow, I think we did pick up and we saw a big boom in semifinals. Now, Lori, to your other point, we got to make this sustainable. You had all these showcases and all these small businesses doing things. I hope that Atlanta and the state will continue to work together to make sure those businesses keep those jobs.
And I'm glad you mentioned the police department. Those officers were out there working 12 hours on, 12 hours off for at least 2 months. So kudos to Chief Shearbaum as well, Brian.
And we ran this with the precision of Messi's left foot. And it was so well done. We are so lucky. My knowledge of the World Cup can fit into a thimble, but I would bet that last shot where he not get over those English people onto the head of the one guy who could knock it in was one of the most magical moments in World Cup history. It happens to be ours. We were hurt by the first matches not being that great or interesting. This last one was phenomenal, one for the history books, and we showed out.
Well, I loved going to Congo and Uzbekistan, so that was an early match, and it was a lot of fun. So there. All right, winners and losers, stay tuned.
Let me make one point here. A week or two before the World Cup, MARTA in Atlanta, the Metro Atlanta Rapid Transit Authority, they were saying the two Republicans here on the panel were basically saying Atlanta's not ready. Well, sounds like we got ready and conquered. So Republicans are often wrong, and MAGA Republicans are usually more wrong than their normie Republican counterparts.
For the week's winners and losers.
A quick winners and losers, Brian.
Happy birthday to my mom. My winner is Rachel Galloway, the outgoing UK General Consul here, who left this week, or will be leaving. And she said that the southeastern United States is so easy to sell because it's so wonderful.
Aaron.
First winner is going to be Senator Raphael Warnock, co-authored the Transformational Housing Bill and went into law, and also Keisha Lance Bottoms, who spent a lot of time traveling rural red counties in Georgia.
Phil.
The late Colonel Mike Boyce from Cobb County, he got a Veterans Administration clinic named after him. And my friend Lindsey Graham, the senator who passed away, he will be missed. He was Georgia's third senator.
Melita.
Lionel Messi. He's a winner for all of Georgia.
All right, we'll leave it there, folks. Make it a great week. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
But the problem in our system is that we don't have.
All right. Well, we will be watching this at some point. So everybody, please make sure you have hit the like button if you're here. If you're coming here and hearing this on a replay, please make sure you hit the like button. New to the channel, hit the like button. Please subscribe. Y'all will never guess who I ran into over on CM's channel about an hour ago. Noelle. I hadn't talked with her in maybe a couple years, and it was a pleasant reunion. She's got a show. She's got a boyfriend, so she seems to be doing well in life. And I'm gonna have to go back and find her link. Let's see. Do I have her link still? I bet I don't, because I've done a copy and paste. But hopefully she drops by. She's gonna subscribe to my channel. I subscribe to her channel. But good for her. Noelle seems to be doing very well, and she's got a boyfriend and all that stuff. So shout out to Noelle. The people you run into, and oddly enough, she remembered me, and she was like, "Well, hey, good to see you. I'd wondered what happened to you." So if you happen to run into people, recommend the show if you're a fan of the show. By the way, support the show by supporting the host. Sovereign Beer Fund won't be open till Wednesday, but early investment. It's not a bad idea. Get your money right and invest early. That's what I'm going to say. So let us move on to news stories. Let's see, put that there. Arranging some tabs here. So let's get on to the gory details. Since we must. Here we go. So 3 U.S. troops killed in the Middle East amid Iranian attacks. These Iranian people will not go away. What is up with that?
A U.S. service member was killed on Saturday during a controlled detonation of a downed Iranian drone. 2 other U.S. troops were killed in Jordan on Friday during a separate attack. The U.S. war on Iran has intensified after a fragile ceasefire agreement fell apart. A U.S. service member died in northern Iraq on Saturday during a controlled detonation of unexploded ordnance from a downed Iranian one-way attack drone, U.S. Central Command announced. A second service member was wounded. The death came a day after 2 U.S. service members were killed in Jordan when American and partner forces came under Iranian missile and drone attack. That attack marked the first publicly acknowledged American military combat fatalities in the Middle East conflict since March. Another U.S. service member was reported missing following the attack. The Defense Department has not yet formally announced an additional fatality, though military personnel had located unidentified remains at the site. U.S. Central Command, which oversees military operations in the Middle East, said in a statement that the 2 service members were killed in Jordan as American and partner forces defended against Iranian ballistic missile and drone attacks. CENTCOM said 4 U.S. service members were medically evacuated to local hospitals, but have since been discharged, and several others received minor injuries. They returned to duty. Out of respect for the families, the military said, it will withhold additional information, including the identities of the fallen warriors, until 24 hours after the next of kin have been notified. The U.S. resumed combat operations against Iran earlier this month after a fragile ceasefire collapsed following unsuccessful attempts by the 2 sides to reach a peace deal. Iran.
Yeah, I'm going to stop it there. The point is we got American service members, one of them a very young woman from Texas, 19. This is unnecessary. And it is all on the Trump administration, and it's on the people who voted for this very, very bad president of the United States of America. Trump is failing us. We got 77 million people who voted for Trump who have failed the country as well. Sorry for your choices. Now you have to live with your choices. All right. Trump says Iran will pay for killing soldiers many times over after Pezeshkian says country fighting full-scale war. What was Donald Trump thinking? Was Donald Trump thinking that the former Persia, currently known as Iran, was Venezuela? I suspect that's what he was thinking. Dude, what a failure of a commander-in-chief this man is. Who's going to defend him? I hear people in my chat or see people in my chat defending this man. And here is the ultimate irony of ironies, to be honest. Trump shifts his tone on Jimmy Carter while grappling with Iran, inflation, and his own legacy. Essentially, Donald Trump, when he says make America great again, Was he talking about 1975, 76? So he needs to be taking us back to a time when America was great, but he can't get that way back machine past the 70s. Is that what the AP is implying? Probably not. It's me implying it. But thank you, AP, for this comparison that I never even thought about. What is up with this? This is hilarious. So, because I've heard Donald Trump shit on Jimmy Carter. Did he even go to Carter's funeral? I don't think he did. Jimmy Carter used to be one of President Donald Trump's favorite political targets, a catch-all foil for feckless Democrats that he could jeer at to make himself look strong and decisive. But lately, Trump's sentiments on the 39th president have become more wistful as he faces some of the same challenges the late Carter did. This motherfucker chose Jimmy Carter. This war did not have to happen. These include the war in Iran, with no end in sight, and now escalating as the U.S. moves to control the Strait of Hormuz, and inflation, a drag on the economy Trump hasn't tamed despite long insisting that his business background would wipe it out. Well, that's the other lesson. America, for quite a number of decades before Trump was elected, even the first time, I can remember saying, well, we need to hire a businessman as president. We need to run this country like a business. Well, how's that working out for you? It's not. Is my response. Let's not elect another fucking businessman to the presidency. How about let's get someone with military experience and preferably a law degree. The comparison seems to be on Trump's mind too. Asked last month why he didn't dispatch U.S. special forces into Iran to forcibly remove its enriched uranium, Trump responded, "I didn't feel like being Jimmy Carter." So the shift in tone coincides with Trump's increased. Oh, I'm sorry. I missed a paragraph. Trump has changed his mind now that we're bogged down. I'll summarize that paragraph. The shift in tone coincides with Trump's increased focus on his personal legacy and comes as the parallels between the two presidents become harder to ignore. Despite, I'm going to read this heading here, despite some similarities, the two had glaring differences. All I have to say is Donald Trump needs to shift that Wayback Machine into not the 60s even, not the 40s, the 50s. The bottom line is Trump is an idiot. The people who voted for Donald Trump are idiots. I'm not giving them carte blanche. At least I'm not calling them racists. I'm just going to call them basically, they made a huge mistake thinking this man would be a good president of the United States / commander-in-chief. They didn't do their research, et cetera, and they are due a good mocking, and I shall have no mercy. I remember the night that Donald Trump won. If I recall, I was still on John Galt's channel. And that watch party we did for the election, dude, people gave me all kinds of shit. So much shit that even I was a little bit emotional about it. I was getting pissed. And I remember that night saying that, hey, have your fun now, folks. There will come a time when I get to say, I told you so. And I've taken several opportunities to remind people of that, but let me do it one more time. 77 million MAGA voters, the Stanley versus the world MAGA voters. I told you so. The dude's a fuck up. And I cannot convey the joy I get to see to sit here and say, along with my friend Dirty Dude, you get to be a part of this too. We told y'all so. And there's not a goddamn thing you can do to talk shit back. Y'all fucked up, MAGA blacks and MAGA whites. MAGA is in the process of fucking up a good thing that we fucking had for damn near 250 years. It wasn't perfect. There had to be a civil rights movement. There was a civil war. There was Jim Crow. And MAGA has managed to be worse than fucking Jim Crow. How the fuck do you become worse than Jim Crow America? Sorry. Donald Trump has figured out, and his 77 million little henchmen, his minions, y'all figured out how to fuck up a good thing. FIFA my ass. Dude, Donald Trump got booed at FIFA. The fucking world hates him. So I'm going to stop right here. I'm just going to say, me and my old friend Dirty Dude, we told y'all so. And the pleasure is all mine, MAGA blacks. And pony and the poster pony, the my brony of the MAGA world, Palomino Ricky Z. Dude, you can tap on that keyboard. Dude, you got rode hard and put away wet by MAGA. So let me move on, because I'm just having too much fun. And we'll listen to this story while I pop another Coors Light and come up with some more fucking jokes about the travesty of MAGA. Dude, y'all, I told you so, bitches. So, suspect in custody after explosion near Federal Plaza in New York City. Dude, what has MAGA wrought? And unfortunately, you're going to have to hear a commercial. I am going to replace the Washington Examiner in the next couple months, assuming that the Washington Times doesn't do commercials. If not, we're going to have to keep it because I need a conservative newspaper.
Suspect in custody after explosion near Federal Plaza in New York City. By Claire Carter.
Lots of places can expose you to identity theft.
Oh no.
That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats to your identity, which is way more than anyone can do on their own. If we find anything suspicious, like new loans or changes to your financial accounts, we alert you right away, all through text, phone, email, or the LifeLock app. Get the alerts that could make all the difference. Save up to 30% your first year at LifeLock.com/special offer. Terms apply.
Law enforcement arrested an individual in connection with the detonation of an incendiary device near 26 Federal Plaza in New York City on Monday morning, a FBI spokesperson said. The explosion was heard around 8:30 a.m. Immigration officers and FBI agents rushed to the scene. Filled with smoke and a small fire, videos posted to social media show. The FBI's New York Joint Terrorism Task Force is investigating the incident. New York Mayor Zoran Mamdani issued a statement calling the incident deeply disturbing, adding that his team is working with the NYPD and federal authorities to support the investigation. What occurred outside 26 Federal Plaza this morning was deeply disturbing, Mamdani said. I am relieved no one was seriously injured and that a suspect is in custody. My team is in touch with the NYPD and we will support the federal investigation. Our administration will continue to ensure that every New Yorker is safe in their city and hold accountable any who threaten that. Oh, he added, the suspect reportedly wheeled a cart near the building, which police said contained fireworks and airsoft rifles. The Federal Plaza is home to several major government entities, including a federal immigration court and an immigration and customs enforcement field office. ICE operations have been under intense scrutiny in recent weeks after 2 officer-involved shootings in Maine and Texas. The Manhattan building issued a shelter-in-place order following the incident. Authorities have not named a possible motive for the incident, nor disclosed the identity of the suspect in custody. The suspect is reportedly an individual with a history of engaging in anti-ICE protests. The New York Fire Department said 3 civilians suffered minor injuries. Only one accepted medical attention and was transported to a nearby hospital. This is a breaking news story and will be updated.
Okay, yeah. And I'm gonna say, Donald Trump has brought out the worst in America. And not just here on YouTube. He's just, dude, he's anti-American. But let me deal with little my brony Ricky here. So my brony Ricky says Stanley loves America's failure and he has kids. Disgusting. So 2 things there, my little brony. So you are finally admitting that under Trump, America is failing? Freudian slip? I think not. You're saying America's failing and I'm enjoying it, but the highlight is you understand that America's failing under the Trump administration. No, I'm not enjoying it. I'm just saying I told you it would happen. But thanks to you, I understand that you understand that America's failing now. Thank you, my little brony. Now, let's go to your next comment, which is just as telling. My little brony says, no one even rubbed in Trump winning that night. That was literally all in your head. It was fear of people saying something, not than saying anything. No idea what that means because it's barely literate. But apparently you weren't in John Galt's audience that night. Yes, it was pretty rough. Maybe you personally weren't rough because you're my little brony and you are passive aggressive at your worst. At your most aggressive, you're passive aggressive. But yeah, it's pretty rough. And I am enjoying the I told you so moments, not just one, but moments that I have had. So once again, thank you, my little brony. The poster pony of getting rode away hard and put away wet. I'm having a good old time. Thank you, my brony. Palomino, my brony Ricky Z. So let's see. You're writing more? Oh my Lord, you just won't give up now, will you, my little brony? My little brony writes, Stanley, no one said anything to you. I was there. Motherfucker, your little fucking little your pasture-raised brain was probably fucking sleeping in your My Little Brony dollhouse. They were talking shit, and now I'm talking shit back. What you need to do is come out of the paddock into the sunshine and take your medicine, my little brony. My little brony. You know what? I'm going to have to ask. I might even just ask Nidus to write a little my brony. MAGA road, my little brony wet. my MAGA road, my little brony hard and put him away wet. I'm actually gonna ask. I don't want to give Nightish any money after his mistreatment of me for months, but I'm gonna have to suck up my pride and ask him to do like a Roy Rogers sort of song, complete with like horse clops. I got Nidus's email. I'm gonna ask him to do it tonight. We need a song called My Little Brony Got Rode Hard and Put Away Wet. And then somehow or another, we're going to have to add Palomino Ricky Z into the lyrics. I'm going to go to the next story, and I am going to make that request tonight. Sir, congratulations, my little brony. I told you not to fuck with me, boy. Don't ever fuck with me. I will get you back, bitch. Hey, Tamika.
Hi, Stanley. How are you doing today?
Oh, I am just having all kinds of fun. I warn you now. I'm inebriated, and I am just taking out some a little. I guess we could call it revenge on my little pony, on my little brony.
Don't make fun of My Little Pony. I like My Little Pony.
Oh, well, of course you do. You're a mother of children, but the little brony that I'm talking about is Palomino Ricky Z.
Pony boy. I always talk to him, but he don't ever say anything back to me.
Well, he's a nice enough kid, but he gets out over his skis thinking that he actually is. Well, he just gets out over his skis. I have no clue what he is, but not smart is one of them.
You got them jokes.
This
Not
dumb
smart
fuck.
either, Pony boy.
When you say pony boy in that little girl voice, oh, that's hilarious.
It's ridiculous to be this old and have this kind of voice. I ain't talking no more.
No. Are you kidding me? It's charming. I understand that, everyone, kind of, they will tend to be harshly self-critical, and other people are going, hey, not only is it okay, it makes you stand out. So that's what I'm going to do with your voice. It does sound like a little girl sometimes, but not a normal conversation. It's just high-pitched and very feminine, in my opinion.
Oh, well, good, because somebody asked me, did I have a multi-personality disorder?
Because of your voice?
The way that it changes, like if I get excited, it does sound different. But I can't help
but
it.
men's voices do too.
I know, I've talked the same all my life. Okay, but this isn't about me. This show isn't about me. But I just didn't want you to make fun of Pony Boy.
You still don't?
No.
Damn it. You're not supposed to ruin my fun. What are you doing, lady?
Well, you know what? Okay, so let's take My Little Pony out of it, and then you can still put it back on.
Do you know what a brony is?
I never heard brony.
Oh, well, let us look it up. Let's take a little diversion here and look up bronies. Frost, what's up? Your phone will never be fixed volume-wise now, will it?
Is it shaking? Are you in front of a fan or something?
Yeah, it's got to be something in his settings. and I haven't been able to help him troubleshoot it.
Well, you've got something that's blowing on the mic right along with him talking.
Oh, don't worry. Well, he's an old friend, so I'm not gonna beat him up too bad. I've known I've known him longer than I've known probably a year or two.
His talking when he talks on the mic is like a fast-paced 12-man. This shit sound crazy.
No, but I'm sorry. He is a day zero, so as much as his audio is annoying, I'm not willing to toss him overboard. He's a very old friend. As a matter of fact, I would love to get Frost and Ert together because they're both from Long Beach. One white, one black. It's still bad audio, Frost. Hey, Frost, let me ask you a question. Try turning off your video and leaving the audio. It might be a bandwidth issue. Try talking now. Yeah, it's still bad. Is it better?
Yeah, it's way better.
Okay, do me a favor. Hey, Frost, do this. Drop out, come back in, but just audio only. Okay. That I didn't think of that before. What if that works?
That would be good, and I'm sad that y'all just figured that out. He's been coming since day zero.
Okay, well, young lady with the cute voice, that's a backhanded slap calling me old. Y'all couldn't figure it out. That's what that sounded like.
I would have been messing with all the buttons. I would have even tried to get his
right.
try to fix it for him.
So this is a brony.
Okay. Brony.
It is basically a incel version of My Little Pony fans.
Oh shit.
So brony and bronies, the brony fandom is composed of adult fans of My Little Pony, Friendship is Magic, an animated children's television series produced by Hasbro, et cetera, et cetera. Hopefully it gets to it's basically young boys, like teenage boys who were fans of My Pony. They call them bronies for brother pony fans, I guess. Here it is right here. These fans right here, let me highlight it. These fans, mostly consisting of adult men, were drawn to the show's main characters collectively known as the Main Six, stories, animation style, and the influence of the show's propagation as an internet meme. So when I call someone who calls himself Palomino Ricky Z, he reminds me of one of these young men who were fans of My Little Pony. So I just call him Palomino. I'm sorry. He's just my brony.
I wonder who's his favorite. Mine is Pinkie Pie and Rainbow Dash.
Hey, brony boy, who's your favorite My Little Pony character? I know you have one.
Rainbow Dash is blue and she has a rainbow tail, and Pinkie got pink skin and pink hair.
You know what? I bet well, I mean, are you a personal fan or was it because of your children?
No, I had all the ponies. No, because this has been out since I've been
Is it as old as back in your day? I didn't realize that.
Yep, we had the Care Bears too, because that's stuff that I watched when I got the pick, but I never got the pick. We always had majority rules. So, growing in a house full of boys, nobody there on my side, I'm always going to be watching Knight Rider or some He-Man stupid shit.
That's funny.
Oh, the power.
Well, let's test out Frost again. Try it now, Frost. Now I can't hear you at all.
I know, and it sounds beautiful.
Oh, my bad. Hey, shout out Stanley. And should I show you that I don't know your name is, but
You know what? It is somewhat better. Let me look on my side and see if there's anything I can do.
You can.
Try it now, Frost.
Here we go. Of course. All right. I'm listening.
You can't
Try it
slur
now.
words when you talking, bro.
No, time out. I can ask you a
Oh,
simple
wait, there, whoa. There we
mathematic
are.
question.
Whoa.
And if you can't answer it,
We can
right.
we can hear you good now.
You perfect now, Frost. I'm sorry for
There
being
we go. There we go.
Did it.
So
That's
You know what?
that's what I'm
You know what?
about.
Before,
Yeah, that's what I'm
from now on, hold on one sec. From now on, we must have TMKC as our technical director. So what's going on, Frost?
Oh, ain't nothing, man. I was just tapping in with you, man, because you already know, man, I fuck with your program and I really listen. And it's deep ass motherfucking conversation. That's why I fuck with you, man. That's
Oh,
all.
well,
Nothing more, nothing less.
well, that's very kind of you. I try. But dude, I am thrilled that
No,
I can
you
finally
you
talk to you.
succeed. You succeed.
This is awesome. Tamika, we have been trying for months to get this glitch fixed. And
Oh.
it's all thanks to you, damn it. I'm mad at you now.
Never heard of Shody.
I know he wanted to cuss me out, but it was hurting. It was hurting trying to listen to understand. Man, you know, when you're dumb and shit, it take energy to try to listen.
What you know about being down? What you know
I
about
said
being down?
dumb and dumber.
No. What you know about being down?
What do you mean?
Well,
Yeah, that's
Frost, tell us a little bit about yourself. There's a guy named he
I'm a
calls
white
himself
boy. I'm a
Art
white boy
for
that
Earth.
grew up in South Boston, Massachusetts.
Massachusetts.
I'm a white boy that grew up in South Boston, Massachusetts, in the
Southie.
projects.
You're a Southie.
Well, allegedly. You know what I'm saying? This is 70s. This is 70s. Hey, I was taught a lot of bullshit.
Well, when did you wind up in Long Beach?
Oh yeah, that's 1978. I'm 4 years old. Yeah, I learned a lot of bullshit, homie. I learned a lot of bullshit. Hey, and the cold part is, hey, Stan the man. You know what I'm saying? Because I already know you got the plan. But one thing these motherfuckers can't show you is I ain't never, as long as I've been living out here, rocked one of their shirts, jerseys, none of that shit.
I got you.
And that's the difference. Hey, but anyways, hey, cut my mic off. What's the topic? Where are we going?
You know what? Well, right now we're just doing news, and eventually, if we make it, because we might not, I actually do have some political stuff that I want to show and talk about. But you know what? It's funny. I've been kind of in a bullshit mood all day because I went up on Nidish's show earlier and
Never heard
on
of
the
that.
panel. Well, you will at some point, and then
Yeah,
I was up on C. Moore's
you might
panel.
know I will.
Yeah, so I'm really more just in the fuckery mood than I am like actual politics, but it's during the week, and I got to stick to my plan, as you call it. But I'm glad Tamika's up here. I'm glad she helped me
Oh, that's your
figure
name,
out.
Tamika. Hey, shout out Tamika.
Yeah,
Tamika,
yeah.
where you from, homegirl? Shout out Tamika, homegirl. Where you from?
She'll be back. But
Yeah, I
Tamika,
know. I
watch
know.
out for it because he's a
She's thinking. She's
he's a
thinking.
charmer.
Oh no, I'm not. I'm not. A charmer. I'm not a
So
charmer.
you still in Fall River?
Hey, Stanley, if I answer that question correctly, I would be lying.
Okay,
But
well
I'm
you
out
still
here.
in Massachusetts?
Yeah. I'm out here. I'm out here.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm still working.
You're not back
I'm
you're not
no,
back
no,
in
no, no.
Boston,
But
are you?
I'm still working and I'm still taking
Oh,
care of
cool.
business.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
hmm
So
Yeah.
life good? Because I really haven't caught up with you in quite some time. What's been going on?
No, not much, man. Hey, hey, I don't cry about my situation, homie. I
Right.
can't cry about it. I just deal with it accordingly. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, has everything been going good or
Oh,
you know
you want me to put my cash app in your
well, you can put it I don't know.
No,
Do
no,
you
no,
have
no.
a wrench?
Time out. No, no, no. But no, I'm all right, homie. Hey, and I appreciate you asking, man. No, for real,
Yeah, I
man. I
mean, I don't
appreciate
have a
you asking.
problem. I think you have a wrench. If not, I'll give you one.
Yeah, I know, man.
Yeah,
Hey,
you got a wrench. You do what you want to do.
hey, much love to the homie Stan. Stan the man. And that's it, man.
Yes,
I mean,
we are
ain't,
liberals over
ain't
here.
nothing else to
This
talk
channel
about.
is a liberal channel. You can drop
Mm.
you can if you got a cash app, drop it. If you got a YouTube show or you know
Hey,
if you have a wrench,
mm. So you know what fucked me up the other day?
what's that?
No, because the other day before the other day, my auntie died, right? And I'm sitting there
Oh, I'm
like, God,
sorry to hear that.
no, homie. This is not no empathy or sympathy. This but the other day, a couple of females was driving close to me, you know what I'm saying? And they died. No, one died and one I said, God damn, man. How do you hit a fucking telephone pole?
Oh my lord.
No, for real though, man. Come on, man. My auntie just died a natural death.
Right.
And now I'm in a situation where I'm like, man, how did this shorty run into a telephone pole? Well, hey, I'm not trying to figure that out. But what I do know is if my auntie died of natural causes and I'm hit with this information about Shorty from, you know what I'm saying, around my way, she passes away. Mm. I said, God damn it, well, I got a dilemma on my hands. I got a dilemma on my hands.
Well, well, I guess as long as you're doing well. You know, I used to enjoy watching you walking out of your place down to the liquor store.
Oh, man, come on, man. Come on now. Come on now.
No. Dude, that was look,
Come on.
I don't live in a place like that. It's been years. Last time I lived like within walking
Hey, that
distance
don't
of the
mean shit,
beer
though.
store or something like that.
Yeah, that
Dude,
shit don't mean shit. It really don't, man.
that's the beauty of urban living. If you can find yourself like a nice condo or something in kind of an urban thing with trees and stuff, and then liquor store or beer store, 7-Eleven is within walking distance, man, that's high cotton, as we say in the South.
No, Stanley. And I'm gonna tell you something, man. These motherfuckers hate me, man,
Really? Why is that?
because I've been doing what's necessary to
Mhm.
attain my achievements without having no smut on my
I see.
3.94 motherfucking GPA. Yeah,
Mhm.
man. So I said, oh my gosh, y'all mad at me? What? Mad at me for what? For no reason, man. Hey, how many of the lives did you see when I got fucked up?
Honestly, none of them.
Oh, no. Hey, that's cold, boy. It's a couple of stories out here. You know, I done got touched and shot and all that shit out here, man. I don't care about none of that shit. Shit don't mean nothing. Shit is what's the word I'm looking for? It begins with an A P P. Yeah, that's not me, man. But you know what I'm saying. Once again, shout out to the homie Stanley. Hey, and the home girl, I forgot her name just that quickly. I said, God,
Tamika.
right.
Well, she goes by TMKC. But I call her Tamika because I got a crush on her.
Hey, ain't nothing wrong with that. Ain't nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that, man. But you know what I'm saying? I mean, hey, you fuck with sports or not?
You know what? I do because I used to. The older I've gotten, the less I've I keep up with who won the Super Bowl or FIFA, a World Cup or something like that, World
Mm,
Series. But I
mm.
cannot tell you. It's easily been um it's been close to 10 years since I even watched a Falcons game. And I live in the area. I don't have the patience to sit there and watch games anymore.
Hey,
But I
you
keep up with
remember
them.
the Dirty Bird? You remember the
Oh
Dirty
yeah,
Bird?
what's shit? Of course.
No. So no. I'm gonna take you down memory lane, man. I played the sports, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm a sportsman, man. I can tell you who got drafted where, what number he got drafted, who he got traded for. And I'm saying, like, what the fuck is the point of me memorizing this shit? Because if I'm memorizing this shit, that means one thing I know. Hey, did the Falcons win? Hey, who did they lose to?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Who did the Falcons lose to in the '98 Super Bowl?
Oh, the Patriots.
That is not correct.
Oh, wait, no. That was back with like Bartkowski. Was it Bartkowski or was it June Jones?
Oh my
Dallas, wasn't it?
gosh, my homie. Hey, it don't matter because you already told me that
Well,
is not your
no.
expertise. That's
Wait,
not your
hold it. The
expertise.
Falcons, no, it was Dallas. I think it was Dallas they lost to, but I could be wrong. I'm
Nah,
still brooding. Who was it?
what? The Broncos?
No, it
What?
couldn't have. No, I said Dallas. Because
Hmm.
to be honest, I don't remember them going to the Super Bowl at all before. What
Hey,
was it?
Dallas ain't won in over 30 years.
No. You asked me 98. I guess I could look up the 98 Super Bowl.
Yeah, you can look
Uh,
it up.
I thought you would know,
Look
but
it up.
I don't remember the Falcons ever going to a Super Bowl other than against the Patriots.
No,
And
hey, and that
I
was a
was
nasty ass motherfucking Super Bowl.
Super Bowl.
Yeah, that was a nasty ass. Hey, that's when Atlanta was up 28-3 in the third quarter, late in the third quarter. I remember that Super Bowl like it was yesterday. I remember yeah, all kinds of shit like it was yesterday.
No. 98 Super Bowl was Packers, Denver. So I can only remember the Falcons
Wait.
going to the
Packers,
Super Bowl
Packers
once.
Denver. Hold on. Let me think. The Falcons lost to the
No,
motherfucking.
that was the Patriots
Nah, the
in
Falcons lost to the Broncos.
no, that's 2017 against the Patriots. That's as far as I can remember, that's the only time. It was
Mm,
34-28 Patriots.
the Falcons.
I was like, oh shit, Frost
Wait.
remembers something about the Falcons. I don't.
No. Hold on. I'm not gonna even press a button, man. I refuse to press a button because all my Wait, you mean to tell me the Dirty Bird? Goddamn, Dirty Bird. That was 1998, I think. I mean, I was locked up. You know what I'm saying? But who did the Dirty Birds get? Did that part? I don't know. Hey, when's the last time the Hawks done won a championship? Well, if the Hawks didn't win, but the Lakers won, god damn. Yeah, that part. No more, no less. Man, I guarantee you, motherfucking Atlanta lost to goddamn Denver. I guarantee you that shit. I'm not even gonna look it up, but I guarantee that shit. Rod Smith. And no, and I'm not looking up no bullshit. Yeah, that boy.
Okay, let me help some folks out here. Let me help both Claris. If you Claris and Brony Boy here, dude, I literally now
I
let's say
don't
it's
even look up shit.
let's say it's 40 years ago, but I know the ideas of natural selection and evolution down cold because I was literally trained in it. Okay, you can't have evolution. Evolution and natural selection, oddly enough, are not the same thing. Natural selection basically says those with the adaptations that are suited to whatever environment they're currently in, they win. The evolution is slightly a different concept, but the natural selection is what allows the evolution. Okay, in this bullshit, I don't look to the Bible or the Quran or dude, there's ample evidence. And it's still a theory, I guess, but it's never been disproven. Not in a way that not in a way that disproves evolution or discounts it or presents an alternative. Bottom line is this dumb bullshit about how Asian eyes work and all that stuff. It's natural selection and then evolution as a co-process. You have been trying hard for years at this point, Brony Boy. You don't know what I know. You don't have the education. You don't have the intellect. What you need to do, Brony Boy, is ask more questions than you propose. Your racial views, I've already dealt with you in Nidus's chat. You sound like a fucking idiot. Okay. And it's always people like Brony Boy and people like Be Brave who have to lean on race science and IQ and all that stuff to seem smart. There's something that Bob said months ago that just caused a big brouhaha in the CT, John Galt, Be Brave, and others' worlds. When he said, look, white people, rich white people, Be Brave said something like which rich white people would choose poor white people over rich black people if the world ended. And that just proved that Be Brave hasn't been around many rich white people. Dude, they just care that you're smart and you're successful, etc. I would, if I knocked on the door, they would accept me before they would accept a Be Brave or a Brony Boy. Because I know the lingo, because I was raised with them. Motherfucker, keep thinking what you're thinking. It's no skin off my nose, Brony Boy. Take it back to Be Brave when you talk to him again. I'm comfortable with a shrimp fork. Also know how to build a motherfucking fire from scratch in rain. I know both. I know the best of a bunch of different worlds because I'm educated, experienced, and I have a fucking brain. Brony Boy, you not so much. So I'll move on from there. But natural selection, evolution, humans did not evolve from an ape, Brony Boy.
That's great.
We had a common ancestor. That is a better and more elegant explanation. We're descendants. Monkeys are our descendants. In a way they are, but a common ancestor and then things changed at some point in time is a better explanation, more scientific, easier to prove. And back to Claris's point about a German and a Frenchman being closely aligned. Well, yeah, absolutely they are. But you know what? Two things let's talk about the origin of life. There's more genetic differences between people on the continent of Africa, like genetic diversity, which means Homo sapiens existed in Africa way longer than after they started migrating to other parts of the world. There is a closer relationship between a Nigerian and a Frenchman than there would be a Nigerian to an Ethiopian. More genetic diversity. Look it up. I know I'm right. I'm not guessing. I'm not giving an opinion. Provable fact, since little Brony Boy loves facts. The fact is, Europeans are more closely connected to Africans than Africans are to each other. Look it up. And when you get a motherfucking actual education to know this shit, let me know. Brony Boy, we'll talk. I don't like stupidity, and I think the gloves are off with the kind of stupidity that Brony Boy and others want to present. I'll take 5 people in the chat who are smart over 300 idiots who don't know what the fuck they're talking about at any given time in the day. So let us move on. Sorry to be brutally mean, but god damn it, dude, I've had enough of this fucking pretending to be smart about nothing much at all. So, ICE officers to wear body cameras during vehicle stops, Border Czar says. And I guess that's going to be Tom Homan now. On Sunday, White House Border Czar Tom Homan announced that all ICE arrest teams must now wear body cameras during vehicle stops to document roadside operations. Well, it's about time. Maine and Texas, these motherfuckers are shooting people on traffic stops. Now, why ICE was doing traffic stops instead of letting the local cops do it, and then they can be partnered with the local police, I don't know. I got the impression that ICE was sometimes doing these vehicle stops independent of local law enforcement. Pure hubris, very Trumpian. That's why the Trump administration is failing, because they think they're better than everyone. Turns out they're dumber than everyone. So let us move on. Gas prices, and I love CNN's framing. Gas prices back at $4 a gallon. Somehow they don't convey the point that gas was above $4 a gallon. A year ago, gas wasn't $4 a gallon. It's higher than it was a year ago. That's what they're not telling us. So thanks once again. The failure of CNN. Donald Trump is the head of Mike 123's life, but he's the ass of everyone else's life. Let's see, what else do we have here? This is interesting, and I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time, but seventh prime minister in 10 years for the UK. Andy Burnham becomes prime minister and starts naming new cabinet. What is up with Britain? And she's got a little tummy. But here we are, another prime minister who doesn't seem to understand and be brave enough to tell his wife that that's a mighty tight dress. Maybe she's pregnant. Who knows? Maybe that's what it is. Let's see. Usha Vance, speaking of pregnancy, Usha Vance gives birth to fourth child. Very interesting. I bet Palomino Brony Boy is fucking celebrating. At least some incel is having a baby, because I'll never have one with a woman.
Usha Vance gives birth to fourth child. This article is written by Rebecca Shabad and is read by an automated voice. There may be mispronunciations. Second Lady Usha Vance gave birth Sunday to her fourth child. Vice President J.D. Vance announced on X. We are excited to announce that our baby boy, Alec Neil Vance, was born this morning, Vance said in a statement. Usha and the baby are happy and healthy, and our kids are overjoyed to meet their little brother. Usha Vance, 40, is the first woman since the 1870s to give birth while her husband is vice president. She and her husband have 3 other young children, 2 boys and 1 girl, who are ages 4, 6, and 9. While promoting his new book this year, J.D. Vance previously said it was unlikely that he would take parental leave once the baby arrived. The couple announced the pregnancy in January and said at the time that she was due in late July. In March, the vice president, who could run for president in 2028, said at a White House event in Michigan that he had to persuade his wife to have another child. I remember when we decided to run for vice president, I said, honey, I really want to have a 4th kid. And she said, well, you can become vice president or you can have a 4th baby. Vance said, but ladies and gentlemen, I am persuasive because I got both. In an interview with NBC News later that month.
Well, let me tell you what it says about Mrs. Vance, that she is a follower and not a leader. She's not Michelle Obama. Apparently, dude thinks that having a brand new child, either being vice president is such a cushy job that doesn't entail much responsibilities, so he has time to be a new father, or he's not a good father and loves his country more than he does his newborn child. Either way, he'll never be president.
Month. Usha Vance confirmed that he did convince her to have a 4th child, though she said that she had never closed the door on that. She said that after having their daughter, she thought their family was complete. But as time passed, she said, I realized that I was feeling more and more kind of excited about that possibility of having another one. And so if there was a chance, I should take it. And I knew that I'd be happy if we only had 3 kids. And I knew that I'd be happy if we had 4. And so here we are. This comes amid the news that the Vice President and Second Lady are considering leasing a house in Middleburg, Virginia, separate from the Vice President's residence at the Naval Observatory in Washington, D.C. The Secret Service is planning to provide additional security for the rural property. For more news, go to NBCNews.com or download the NBC News app.
Yeah, I was just looking at the chat where Brony Boy goes, all these assumptions. Well, you know what? I assumed you were smart, and a lot of bubbles get burst, including that one. So, Brony Boy, chuckle, chuckle. Your intelligence is discounted, in my opinion, but keep trying. Maybe you'll impress me one day. So Clara says, I do believe there is a variance in brain structure between racial categories. I don't even want to hear that bullshit. It's in the genetics. We don't pass brains back and forth. And if you think there's a variation in brain structure, do you have that kind of education to prove your point? Some layman reading a scientific paper, I'm sorry, it doesn't hold credence. Race has not been proved after the Genome Project. How intelligence is passed on, other than we know it can be and usually is passed on, we don't know the structures. I don't even want to hear these arguments from biologists. Not even interesting. Too many pseudoscientists on YouTube for my taste. So let us move on. This has been kind of brewing for a while. Cyclospora has been a thing, and it was all leading back to a place in California called Taylor Farms. Apparently, that is false. It's been disproven. It was like a false positive or some bullshit. Now, the story after this, well, you'll see where I'm going after this, and then we start talking about the next story.
A sample of lettuce from Taylor Farms that had tested positive for Cyclospora was a false positive, the Food and Drug Administration said Sunday. But the FDA said Monday that its investigation and data continue to converge on shredded iceberg lettuce from Taylor Farms locations in central Mexico. In the statement announcing the false positive, the FDA said that as of Sunday, it had not found any confirmed positive sample results for product testing for Cyclospora. In a subsequent statement Monday, it said, to clarify, this false positive lab sample does not change the basis for FDA's ongoing outbreak investigation or the overwhelming epidemiological data supporting the current voluntary recall by Taylor Farms. Taylor Farms on Friday said it was voluntarily removing iceberg lettuce sourced from central Mexico after the lettuce had been linked to one of the largest outbreaks of cyclosporiasis in the U.S. in recent years. While the FDA tradeback is indicating a specific independent farm, which represents less than 1% of the U.S.'s iceberg lettuce supply, as the potential source of the outbreak, we have removed all iceberg lettuce from the region indefinitely. The company said Friday in a statement. Testing for the Cyclospora parasite is more complicated than for other pathogens, such as E. coli or Salmonella. Jennifer McIntyre, founder of food safety consulting firm Food Safety Strategy, told CBS News. CBS News medical correspondent Dr. Celine Gounder said that a false positive test result was ordinary as a laboratory event. The unusual thing isn't the false positive. It's that an unconfirmed single sample result went public on a Saturday and was withdrawn on a Sunday, Gounder said. The question I'd ask FDA is not, how did the lab get it wrong, but what is your policy for announcing a presumptive positive before confirmatory testing closes, and did you follow it? On Thursday, the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention identified lettuce supplied to select Taco Bell restaurants as a source of the multi-state outbreak more than a month after cases first began to appear. The iceberg lettuce was distributed to Taco Bell restaurants in Indiana, Kentucky, Michigan, Ohio, and West Virginia, according to the CDC. Taco Bell said on Friday it had completed removal of affected Taylor Farms lettuce from our restaurants. Walmart also announced over the weekend it had removed 4 market-side bagged iceberg lettuce salad products from its stores in more than 24 states, but added there was no indication that products sold in our stores are affected by the current Cyclospora investigations. Taylor Farms said Sunday, "Our thoughts remain with everyone who has fallen ill in this outbreak. We are committed to working with public health authorities as the ongoing outbreak investigation continues." The outbreak, first reported in May, has spread to 34 states and sickened more than 1,600 people, according to the CDC. However, the CDC's tally lags behind state health departments, which have reported much larger numbers of cases. For instance, the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services reported more than 5,000 confirmed cases as of Friday. No deaths have been reported. Cyclosporiasis is a food and waterborne illness caused by the Cyclospora parasite, which causes long-lasting, watery, and sometimes explosive diarrhea, according to public health experts. Outbreaks typically occur in late spring and summer and have historically been linked to bagged salads, cilantro, basil, raspberries, snow peas, and green onions.
All right. Well, let us pair that up with this story. That's why there's like a false alarm with Taylor Farms. Just in my opinion, who am I? I'm not this kind of expert, but let us listen to this. And then we'll listen to the actual article. Oops. Here we go.
Okay, now to an NBC News exclusive, and we are learning that the CDC is quietly cutting back on its monitoring of certain food-borne illnesses. No longer actively looking for things like Listeria and Shigella and the flesh-eating bacteria called Vibrio, among other pathogens. The move here is worrying a lot of health experts, since it will be even more difficult to respond to certain outbreaks or to have a heads up when food-borne illnesses are actually on the rise. The 2 pathogens the CDC is still tracking are Salmonella and the toxin that produces E. coli. Let's bring in NBC's Aria Bendix, who's following the story for us. Another yellow day. I'll tell you what, the world is yellow today, Aria. Explain what people should know about all of this here with the CDC.
So, Tom, as you mentioned, the CDC is scaling back this critical program called FoodNet. It's been a partnership between the federal government and 10 different state health departments in some form since 1995, and it's tracked around 8 different pathogens historically. Now we're down to 2. So let's take a look at the list of those pathogens that are on the chopping block. We have a breakdown here. Salmonella and E. coli, as you mentioned, those are still going to be actively monitored by this program. But things like Listeria, which we often associate with deli meat and soft cheeses, no longer going to be monitored. Things like Campylobacter. Now, surprisingly, this is actually one of the more common foodborne illnesses in the US, even though we don't hear about it often, associated with raw or undercooked poultry. So these 6 pathogens that they're no longer monitoring for, some can be associated with just stomach bugs, others can be life-threatening, especially if we're talking about exposure among newborns, pregnant people, immunocompromised people.
Yeah.
Vibrio, as you mentioned, extremely deadly, about 1 in 5 cases. And so we have a statement here from the CDC sort of explaining the change for us. A spokesperson says that although FoodNet's going to narrow its focus, it's going to maintain that infrastructure and the quality that it's come to represent, and that its reporting requirements and activities will allow it to actually prioritize that core focus. So just narrowing down the scope there, Tom.
Yeah, Aria, I still wonder why. I mean, if these are potentially deadly pathogens, why is the CDC kind of cutting back here? Do we have Is there any other potential, motive? And what does it mean for the states?
Yeah, so our reporting has indicated that this is due to budget cuts, not only a stagnant federal budget for the CDC, but also cuts to state health department budgets. But in terms of the impact here, we know that this is one of the best tools that we have in the US for tracking foodborne illnesses because it's an active monitoring program. That means we don't wait for local health departments to say, hey, I have cases of XYZ pathogen. This was a program that was actually going out, conducting surveys, finding out how
Hold on one
common
sec,
these illnesses
Ross.
were in the population. Without that data, we're just going to be missing some cases and we won't have a full picture of who's getting sick and under what circumstances.
Arya Bendix, great reporting. Thank you very much.
We are back with a summer health edition of our
Ross.
series, Fact versus
You're
Myth,
back.
to help keep our families safe during these hot sunny months. Here to test our knowledge.
There we go. The one thing I have to say is I don't know if the two stories that I just talked about and played are related, but I don't think that the Trump administration is doing a good job on much of anything that's health related or HHS or FDA or CDC related. And I just want to take one more opportunity to go, I told you so. They're not a talented bunch. So welcome back, Frost.
Hey, and all I can say is this, man. I didn't even know I had to wear a mask again. I said, what?
You do? First I've heard of that.
No, out here with all this bullshit that's going on out there. And they're like, you wear this mask. Whoop-de-whoop. I said, oh, well, goddamn it, I don't have that mask.
Oh, is that all the smoke from Canada?
Hey, allegedly.
Okay, yeah. I heard about that and I didn't talk about it and hadn't planned on it. But yeah, Trump's talking about slapping like a 25% tariff on Canada because there's a big wildfire or something up there and the smoke is drifting down south.
Yeah,
Interesting.
Yeah, it's just crazy work, man.
So it's an air quality thing.
Oh yeah, it's fucking a lot of people up.
Oh wow, I had no idea. That's interesting. That's why I like having people, that I know and trust coming up here. I knew about the air quality. I didn't know that masks were something like that. But at least you know the reason. Smoke is easier to prove than it's easier to believe in smoke versus
You already know I know what you
C-19. Apparently. We don't believe in viruses, but we can see the smoke.
Nasty word, homie. It's ugly.
Let's see, what else do we have here? Well, I guess we're gonna go from here to here. Hey Noel, if you're still in the chat, hit the link. We can continue to catch up, Noel. Oh, and my phone just died. But
as it should.
oh no, well, you know what? I'm actually transitioning. I'm still like taking my old Pixel and my son for some reason or another decided not to turn in his old Apple. He had an iPhone 13 and he got an iPhone 16 and he should have turned in the phone because you get a lot of money off, like who knows how much, but he decided to waste money on a brand new iPhone. And I walked into his room one day, and it turns out that I'm like, well, what did he break his old phone? Like, because he called me out of the blue saying that he wanted a new phone. And I was like, well, why? What's wrong with the phone you got? He's like, well, it's getting slow. So I'm like, yeah, okay. And the funny thing is he was gonna. There's an T-Mobile store right near his college campus. So I'm like, well, no. Have you even compared prices? Have you compared prices with the Apple store or something like that? So it turns out the Apple store, the iPhone 16 was the latest model at the time, was $200 less. So I'm like, why the fuck? If I hadn't told you to shop around, you'd have just wasted $200. So anyway, about a month or two later, I go walking into his old bedroom, and the fucking phone is sitting there dead to the world on his bookshelf. And so I called him. I'm like, is this phone, does it work? Is it broken? Turns out, no, he just left it there. So I need
Oh,
a
he
new
didn't
phone.
sell it. He didn't sell the phone.
No, I thought that was like common sense. I thought everybody knew to do that.
No,
Apparently,
no,
no
no,
one asked him about the old phone. He just bought it. Now, again, this is grandpa's money.
no.
you
Hey,
know,
no, no.
this is
Let's
grandpa's
not go
money.
there, man. Let's not go there. But
So I was like, I wasn't feeling that bad about it because it had been my money. He probably would have kept the phone till the end of the year. But as it turned out, it works because I need a new phone. I'm just taking his old iPhone 13 and it works fine. So I'm transferring apps over. It's apparently the last version that uses a SIM card, which is lucky for me. So, I put my Pixel SIM card in it, should be good to go, and
so
don't have to spend any money for a
I
new
got a
phone.
quick question for the homie Stanley.
What's
Hey,
that?
I got a quick question for you. So, do you
What's
trust? Do you trust the cast that no, it's a funny ass shit, man. And I know you ain't ready for this shit. But if my calf muscles are bigger than my thigh muscles, does that make me that part?
I have no idea what that even means.
No, no, no,
Most
no,
people,
no, no.
most people's calves muscles shouldn't be bigger than their thigh muscles. Uh, so wherever you're going, just get to it. It is
No, no, no,
definitely an
no.
unexpected question.
Hey, no, but that's the thing, man. Hey, and that's why I fuck with you, man. Cause you are an intelligent individual, man, and you get people's minds
Well,
thinking.
I can't answer your question, so how intelligent am I? But where are we going with this?
Oh, where we going? Hey, the topic is this, man. Hey, I'd rather kick it with 20 Stanleys than one of my bus ass homies.
Well, I guess that's a compliment. I'll take it.
Mm-hmm. That's all, nothing more, nothing less. Man, hey, and if you ask one of the homies a question, it's like, what? You don't even know, you don't even know this? And that's the cold part, man. I said, oh my gosh, man. What am I entertaining right now? You mean to tell me that part, man? Hey, but anyway, Stanley, much love. Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
gonna take
same
your
to
word.
you. Dude,
Yeah,
well,
I'm
now that we know the settings for your phone, don't be a stranger.
man, I've never been a stranger. Man,
Well,
I
that's
know.
true, but now we can actually talk.
I always tap in, man.
Well, you
But
do.
you know what I'm
And
saying?
I appreciate
Can
that.
I put my cash app in the background though?
Drop it into the chat.
Nah, I ain't gonna do that, man. Everybody knows who I am, man. So if they feel
Okay,
some
well,
type
yeah,
of way,
put it in the bat.
No. If they love me, they love me. But
Well, they're not going to know how to. They're not going to know how to love you if you don't drop it into the chat.
right, and that's not what I do, man. That's not what I do. If that was the case, if that was the case, I'd be right outside. But hey, but for real, a good topic is this. How do you feel about Carmelo Anthony?
I don't have feelings at all.
Same.
I mean, it's a tragedy of that on both sides of the knife. I guess if you want to be blunt about it, but I don't have feelings about it at all. How do you feel about it?
No. What tripped me out was there was nobody around to de-escalate whatever situation was about to happen, and that's where I work at. That's what I do, Stan. Come on, man.
Well, that's an interesting point. I bet there are people to de-escalate now. That's probably one of the better points that I've heard. There should have been an adult present. That's a very good point, actually.
No, that
And
is.
a very good question. Why wasn't there like a coach or a teacher?
So,
A lot of times these like basketball games and football games, there will be teachers there. Now, I don't know about track meets tend to be sprawling events. So there may have been teachers and staff roaming around. I bet that's what was happening. There weren't enough of them to be stationed at the tents and all these strategic points. But I haven't heard. You are the only person that I've heard even ask that question. So good for you.
No, and that hey, Stanley, that's my line of work, homie. That's what I
Oh
do.
yeah, that's right. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
That's what I do, man. And
I forgot about that.
I'm not gonna let nothing escalate. But here's the cold part, man. Were they understaffed or was that part, man. Come on, man. You gotta do better. That's all I'm saying. Just we gotta do better.
I think it starts from the parenting all the way up to the school, etc., and in between.
The
I have
parenting would
been
be technical.
on a warpath because I think parenting in the United States has eroded, or standards or expectations for parents have eroded.
Stanley, we already know parenting is not a two-way street, man. It is single females, man. And that's the crazy part. Parenting should be a male and a female. And
Well, yeah, but the thing is should the optimal it should be, but the bottom line is at this point in time, it's not. So we need to figure out how to meet people or meet the problem where it is instead of sitting around saying how it should be. It's not.
hey,
So
here's the cold part, man. Hey, and I don't like using the term "it takes a village," but it really does, though, man. Because
I disagree, or let's say I agree with you, but there are a lot of caveats to that. A
I'm
village isn't going to take the place of parenting, at least not in American culture. American culture is not a village culture. It never, I mean, it hasn't been for quite some time. So again, we have to meet American culture as it is. I think Hillary Clinton, it takes a village is basically saying it should be this way. America hasn't been that way probably since the 70s.
so. Hey, I got a quick story on me. So I'm on the
Okay.
basketball court, and this. I always reference this story, man. I'm on the basketball court. Something happens down the street from where I'm You know what I'm saying? Playing on the basketball
Mhm.
court. I'm not paying attention to what's going down on the street because I'm on the basketball court. And guess what? I get arrested. I said, why am I arrested? I said, what? What did I do wrong? They're like, what happened down the street? I said, I don't even know. I was playing on a basketball court. It was like, what happened down the street? I said, I don't know. I'm on the basketball court. Hey, the cold part is I got intertwined in some bullshit. And this is where the male and
Well, intertwined, you
no,
mean like a foul or?
no. This is where the male and female, you know what I'm saying?
Was it
And
co-ed basketball?
no, hey, Stanley, if I'm lying, I'm dying, man. That's the only thing I love. I'm playing basketball on the basketball court, and something happens down the street, and I'm not paying attention to none of that because I'm just playing my game, man. And
Mhm.
I get arrested. I get arrested, and I get charged with what
Oh,
happened down the
wow.
street. Yeah, I got
What were you
charged.
charged with?
Carjacking.
Oh, wow.
Hey, but if I'm on the basketball court, how am I getting charged with carjacking? I said, oh, hey,
Well, it doesn't mean you carjacked recently. That's not like outside of the realm of possibility. So what was the upshot? Were you guilty?
I was not guilty. And the cold part was, I was juvenile hall. And the cold part, my mom was in the courtroom with me. And she's like, what the fuck is going on? And I'm telling her, I'm like, man, I'm being railroaded. But the cold part was, hey, when the public defender that I had, he asked the victim, he was like, do you see him in the courtroom? He was like, nah. Hey, and then he pointed right directly at me. He was like, this wasn't the one. He was like, nah, it was a black dude. Hey, let me tell you something, man. The sergeant's fucking clipboard went across the courtroom. It's a real story, man. My mom was sitting there like, who the fuck is he? I said, man, I don't even know this dude, man. Like, what? I don't even know what's going on, but what I
So
do
the
know,
sergeant was mad because he thought he had his guy or what?
yeah, pretty much. Mm, yeah, pretty much. Hey, and
What'd
then
the
my
judge
mom,
say?
hey, the judge was like, free the only frogs.
Well, no, I mean when the sergeant, because I mean that's kind of disrespectful to the court. Dude just
Hey,
losing it
hey,
in the courtroom like that?
let me tell you, man. Hey, it was like natural. That's what happens back in the days in the courtroom. You know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers get mad because they're like, hey, he seen something. No, I didn't see shit. I mean, I'm playing ball, man, on the basketball court. I'm not worried about nothing else but the basketball court. But they got mad at me, man. Ain't that crazy? I said, what? All right. Oh, you look like me? All right. Shut the fuck up. Stupid motherfucker. Acting like they goddamn.
Well, I'm glad everything worked out.
Oh, and for sure it did. And for sure it does, man. What? Listen, man. Hey, I can tell you 100 stories right now. Hey, I can clip this whole situation right now. But one thing I do know is I have never promoted negativity.
Right.
Even though, you know what I'm saying, my situation's been negative and everything, man. I don't promote that. Yeah, I'm not a gangbanger. Definitely not none of that. I'm a father. hmm that's
Well,
what's important to me.
well, like I said, I'm glad everything was as it should be.
Oh yeah, man. Hey, Stanley. That was the motherfucking genealogy of frauds. So now if I'm in fucking juvenile hall, you know what I'm saying, and I ain't commit no crime, obviously I'm a represent. You know what I'm saying?
Oh well, wait, hold it. I thought this happened recently. How old were you when this happened?
I was like 13, 14.
Oh, okay. I thought this was recent.
Wait, time out. Stanley, come on, don't do that, man.
You didn't say this happened years ago.
No. Hey, but the funny part is this, man. That's the inception. So if I'm going through all these juvenile halls in LA County, obviously, you know what I'm saying? hmm Now I wasn't
Well,
even
I mean,
privy.
do you have bad dreams about this? It's odd that you bring up the story today. This is
No,
what,
no,
like,
no, no. I really
what is
have
this,
bad
like
dreams.
40 years later or something like that?
Yeah, something like that. Isn't that crazy? Huh? Isn't that crazy?
Well, it's still on your mind.
No, it's always gonna be on my mind.
I see.
It's like I said, oh my gosh, I'm locked up for something I ain't even do. But one thing about it is I'm gonna knock everybody out that even comes across me.
Well, that seems a tad unfair.
No. And that's the reality. That is the reality. Yeah, man. I said, oh my gosh, man. You mean to tell me? But I know one thing though, Tamika ain't hit me up yet.
Uh, what'd you ask her to?
Yeah.
Are you flirting with my crush?
Hey, no. Hey, see, that's the lingo that I'm used to, man. We kicking it, we vibing and everything, and you know what I'm saying. Everything's smooth and confidential. Yeah, LA confidential, man. Man, I done been through all that shit, huh? Life sentences, whoop whoop, man. Hey, and the only thing I do know is I got much love for goddamn Stanley Cross because this motherfucker is an intelligent motherfucker, and that's all that matters to me. Hey,
Well, there are a lot of other things that matter, but I can't tell you how much I appreciate the compliment.
and you already know, homeboy, man. Come on, man. You can't have no fucking real sane conversations on some of these platforms, man. I'm sitting there like, man, what is y'all platforms doing, man? And they ain't got but 1,000, 10,000.
Well, I think that a lot of it is people don't want to have sane conversations.
Yeah, because the truth hurts, motherfucker. The truth. The truth is,
especially especially when I lay the truth on them.
yeah, the truth is a motherfucker, man. And shout out to you, man. Come on, man. Hey, listen, man. If we're on fucking YouTube and we really about our business, we're not gonna, you know what I'm saying? I mean,
Right.
come on, man. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less.
Huh.
Yeah, shoot me
All
a
right.
few.
Well, I have a video I'm going to play. I was actually looking for this Substack article that I can't seem to find. So I'm going to go with this, and I'll be right back. Let me go ahead and start this though. This is actually an older video by a guy named Jamel Bowie, who is a really smart guy, and he's talking about American democracy versus the Constitution, the U.S. Constitution. And I want to hear what he has to say because the Constitution, U.S. Constitution, is not an instrument of democracy. It's a instrument of setting up a republic.
Have institutions that facilitate egalitarian pluralistic democracy. In fact, we have the opposite. We have institutions that make that kind of democracy extraordinarily difficult to realize. And that's been true even after we passed a set of amendments meant to realize them. Now, up here on the screen, why the founding fathers still matter, and then we have this like subtitle here, or the audacity of the founders. I'm using that subtitle because audacity has two meanings. The first meaning of audacity is, well, how dare you? And the second meaning of audacity is kind of the audacity of hope, carpe diem, like seizing something and just going for it, like letting it fly and hoping it works out. And this is how I approach these guys. This is how I approach the Constitution broadly. When I'm critiquing the Constitution, this is one audacity. I don't like it. I have a lot of problems with it. But when I'm admiring the audacity it took to write the Constitution, then I have a lot of good things to say about the Founding Fathers. Or in another meme format, the Drake one, which I feel like is now too old, but I'm in my 30s. I don't care anymore. When I'm looking at the work of the Founding Fathers, I'm like, I cannot believe the audacity they had to make this terrible system. But when I'm admiring their willingness to transform the political system, I'm okay with that. I like that. So with the rest of the time I have with you, I'm gonna talk about sort of my critique, first version of audacity, of the American political system, why I think it is an impediment to the kind of democracy that Americans say that they want, a democracy where there's a measure of political equality between citizens, a democracy where people have a fair opportunity to achieve the kind of life that they want. The Founding Fathers created a system that was just laden with veto points, counter-majoritarian mechanisms, and explicit barriers to political equality. We know all the explanations for this, more or less. The Founding Fathers they studied the classical democracies and classical republics of ancient Greece and ancient Rome and Renaissance Italy. They were attentive to the dangers inherent in them. Oh, that's for the Biden part that I skipped. Okay. That's Athens, Raphael's School of Athens. Okay, so they were attentive to classical Greece, and they warned that the problem with classical Greece was that the direct democracy of the Athenians, where there is an assembly and people gathered in the assembly to directly make law, was threatened the tyranny of the majority. It was if you got everyone together like this, there's just nothing really to stop them from imposing their unalloyed will upon the populace. And then for the city-states of Renaissance Italy, which was a less known touchstone, but an important touchstone for the framers and especially for James Madison, the concern was that they were too small. They were so small, and because they were so small, they were vulnerable to the passions of faction. In one of these city-states, a single person could convince a lot of people to do something very stupid and threaten the liberty of everyone else. And so the framers designed a system that tried to account for these theoretical concerns, as well as more practical problems, and as well as sort of try to meet the other delegates, the other people in this country where they were. There would be separated powers among separate branches that would prevent the concentration of power that had undermined democratic government or Republican government in the past. I should note real quickly, I'm going to use Democratic and lowercase Republican kind of interchangeably here, in part because I think there's an aphorism or something that people say where Republic, not a democracy. I just think it's very stupid because Republic is Latin for the people and democracy is Greek for rule by the people. So it's like the same word. And so I'm just going to treat them like they're the same word. Anyway. Just got to make that parenthetical. I always have to say that. And also to head off anyone who might say it. No offense, thank you for coming. But I just need to do that. So separated powers, they would create a large extended republic comprised of all 13 states to kind of head off the problems of factionalism. Madison makes this very explicit in Federalist 10. If you have a small republic vulnerable to faction, and as you enlarge the scope of the republic, it makes it more difficult for factions to form into large blocks that can threaten the integrity of the system. And then federalism, keeping the states, giving the states considerable authority, dividing sovereignty between the states and the federal government will make it, in addition to making the federal government less powerful, will make it more difficult for majorities to form. That if a majority forms on the national level, it still may not necessarily be able to work its will on the states. And all these things are designed to kind of head off some of the problems they saw. They're also responding to a good deal of fervent and instability in their own time. It's not as well known, but in the 1780s, it's too much to say American society was collapsing, but it wasn't in great shape. There was depression following the American Revolution, a depression that kind of cratered commodities prices and made it very difficult for debtors to pay their debts and for creditors to recoup them. Events like Shays' Rebellion in Massachusetts, these debtor rebellions really scared the pants out of a lot of the elites that would show up in Philadelphia in 1787. And then you had states like Rhode Island, which famously did not attend, send no delegates to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, that were passing quite egalitarian legislation at the time as part of a broader democratic experiment, but also to respond to these conditions. In one of his letters, Madison writes very angrily about paper money because he's like, paper money is bad for me, a person who needs to collect my debts. And so this as much as the theoretical stuff was animating the kind of structure that was built in Philadelphia. The Constitution, the Constitution essentially put a lid on much of the democratic and egalitarian experimentation that was happening in between 1781 and 1787. It's why there was so much opposition that we've kind of retconned out of the picture, but that was quite real to the Constitution. There was fierce and furious opposition to adopting the Constitution over the Articles of Confederation from many Americans who felt that it was directly undermining the democratic rights and privileges they had attained in the Revolution. And they weren't wrong. They weren't wrong about this. The Constitution brought that democratic experimentation to an end. And in its first decade, in the first decade of the Constitution's existence, American government had a much more aristocratic flavor than it had in the previous decade. So for me, that's like the audacity to fight this revolution over democratic values, over self-government, and then because the results weren't to your liking, to essentially launch a soft counter-revolution against the values that you explicitly said you upheld. I don't think that's cool. I think that's bad. And what makes it all the worse is that the vaunted Constitution of 1787, ratified the following year in 1788, it didn't last that long. I think this is another thing that we miss in our collective and our nation's kind of worship of the Constitution as some sort of holy writ. The 1787 Constitution lasted until April 12, 1861. On that morning, in the harbor of Charleston, South Carolina, the thing crumbled for good. It could not withstand either the democratic pressures that emerged in the time afterwards, the emergence of political parties to structure mass democracy, fundamentally transformed the political order in ways that none of the framers ever really anticipated. And then it couldn't handle the sectional divide over slavery. That divide more or less short-circuited the entire system. And then once that began to play itself out, that Constitution collapsed. The Constitution was then reconstructed, of course, but what's interesting about the reconstruction of the Constitution in the wake of the war, as represented by the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments, is that although they attempted to bring some measure of political equality to the document, recognizing that the Constitution ought to include all the people who live in the country and not just a select caste of them, there was no real attempt to fundamentally alter the counter-majoritarian institutions imposed by the Constitution. Part of that was because, listen, in the decade after the Civil War, it was a kind of a one-party game in town. And so Republicans weren't really worried about trying to win elections. And they weren't really worried about trying to change the system in order to sort of make their newfound constituencies, give them more influence. The other thing is that the assumptions, the fears of majority rule, the fears of majority tyranny were still very much part of the mix. And they were compounded by fears that enfranchising a group of formerly enslaved people might result in chaos for the entire system. And so there was no real appetite to make any of these major structural changes to American government. So we reconstructed the Constitution in some regards, but we left it still with these counter-majoritarian structures. The Senate, the Electoral College, the federal system itself, all these things that exist to prevent the ability of majorities to act still exist under the system, still existed under the system after this major constitutional change. The problem is that these two things are in tension, that a set of amendments meant to introduce political equality can't really coexist with institutions that enshrine political inequality and that allow elites on the local level, on the state level, to cultivate political inequality for their own advantage. This is essentially what Jim Crow was. It was using the divided powers of the American system, using the counter-majoritarianism of institutions like the Senate, of rules like the filibuster, of all these things to create basically a moat around an entire region of the country that could not be breached by any kind of democratic action, barring some sort of overwhelming supermajority that just wasn't going to form. Lawmakers attempted in the 1870s and the 1880s, and finally in 1890, to try to protect the rights of African Americans in the South, but they couldn't. The counter-majoritarian institutions of the United States prevented that from happening. I think there's a broader lesson there, and you see this sort of happen again and again, that it's not the counter-majoritarianism that's really protected Americans' rights. It's whenever the system has been a little more majoritarian, have majorities been able to assemble to either grant rights or secure them from the actions of those on the bottom that would try to restrict them. There's a bit of a larger point I want to make here. Americans tend to think about American democracy and the Constitution as being, the same thing, like two circles overlapping each other with no, it's not a Venn diagram, same thing. What I think and what I'm arguing is that that's wrong completely. That the Constitution and American democracy are actually two separate things. The American democracy is this big, expansive thing that begins before the Constitution and that has struggled to express itself within the bounds set.
Well, here's the deal. The Constitution probably unintentionally allowed democracy to seep in. If you go and you read Madison's notes in Federalist and all this, Federalist papers and all this, no, democracy was not the goal. However, really, the Constitution became the Constitution because of hints of democracy with Shays' Rebellion, and then I think it was shortly after the Constitution, there was the Whiskey Rebellion, and they were afraid of slave rebellions and, just all kinds of things. So democracy led to a constitution that was supposed to, at a minimum, keep democracy in check, if not outright keep it squelched and, give it a bone every now and again, like the House of Representatives. But, and again, I'm not a historian, but in my kind of understanding of American history, amateur level, of course, We can thank democracy for someone like a Patrick Henry who insisted that there be a Bill of Rights. Madison was like, nope, it's pretty much in there. We don't need to add extra ingredients. And Patrick Henry, basically, Patrick Henry used politics as a lever to force Madison to put a Bill of Rights into the Constitution. And a rough story of how he did it is Patrick Henry did not sign the Constitution because he didn't like it. He was pretty much an anti-federalist. If I recall, he was governor of Virginia, so he was pretty powerful. So the anti-federalists had been on, the Madisons and the Hamiltons of the world, basically saying no. For the normal, everyday yeoman farmer, nah, it's not implied. Most of them, won't even know what implied means. We need you to spell it out. And as brilliant as Madison was, he was not a good politician. He was not popular. I think it's Orange County oh damn it, what's the name of his Madison has a plantation, and I can't recall the name of it. It begins with an M. I was going to call it Monticello, but no, it was something else. But I think it's Orange County, Virginia. I've actually seen it. I've never been inside of it. But anyway, Madison wanted to run for Congress, House of Representatives, to represent his little district. Patrick Henry's like, nope, not going to get any sort of support unless you promise to do this in the very first session of Congress. So Madison, in order to be elected from his home district, he had to make that promise. So we got the Bill of Rights, 10 amendments, and Madison eventually became president. But that's how the Constitution even became a little bit more democratic. It's not because of Madison, who's credited with being the principal driver behind it. It's because of Patrick Henry, the give me death or give me liberty or give me death guy. So, and then, going forward, Andrew Jackson, because of force of will and other things, actually wound up kind of being the progenitor of how we know today's democracy. So Jamel Bowie here presenting this is absolutely right. The Constitution, as originally drafted, no, it was hardly democratic. And I'm not even sure that we're not very democratic even now. But that's kind of a different, drunken ramble.
By the Constitution. The Constitution is simply one attempt to express some of the values of American democracy within a government. And I don't think that Constitution has ever really done a good job of expressing those values. I mentioned the advent of political parties. You can see it right then and there, that the Constitution makes no mention of political parties. There's no anticipation of political parties by the framers. But within 30 years of ratification, we have political parties. And by the middle of the 19th century, you have kind of almost modern mass political parties. And they introduce, they're necessary for I think the ability to do democracy. They disseminate information, they structure people's opinions, they help kind of everyone organize themselves to do democracy, but there's no accommodation for them. And we kind of had to force them into the constitutional system such that it existed. And you can see this everywhere, us trying to force our democratic values into the country.
Well, Bobby, sorry, I was looking at something else. This is Jamel Bowie. He's a Washington Post opinion columnist. Pretty much sure that he was then. This is a year ago. So yeah, he's been writing for the Washington Post for a while. and this is at Penn State. He's speaking at a lecture there. So, yep, he's a very smart young man. Born in Waycross, Georgia, believe it or not. I didn't realize that until maybe a year ago. So he's a homeboy. You know, if you can call Waycross, Georgia, a homeboy to someone who's born in Savannah. So good kid, real smart.
Constitution. Popular election of the president, which we don't really have, but we effectively had for a time, was a thing that emerges in the 1830s and 1840s as successive generations of Americans, successive cohorts of Americans are like, you know, the president is like he's supposed to be the guy elected by all of us. It's really strange to let state legislatures call the shots. And the first time there's anything like a divergence of the popular vote in the Electoral College, which is in the 1824 election, it becomes a huge scandal. You've heard of the corrupt bargain. That's what the corrupt bargain's about. It's about this divergence between people's democratic intuitions and what the system actually produces. And I think right now what we're seeing in American society, in the way our government's structured and the outcomes it's producing, is that divergence between our democratic intuitions and what the system produces growing ever wider and ever wider. And I think the growth of that delta, you might call it, is very bad. I'm sure there's a better word than bad. It's terrible for American society because I think it, as opposed to inculcating values of self-determination, of a sense that you can act on society and it matters what you say, what you do, how you vote, what it does is encourages the opposite. It doesn't matter what you do or what you say or how you vote. The system simply is never going to respond to an organized majority, not in the way that we intuit that it should. So I didn't talk about Biden, but the point I was going to make about Biden is that in his speech, he sort of implies, this is the September speech in Philadelphia, he implies that the enemies of democracy today in the United States are enemies of the Constitution, that they're opposed to the Constitution. And where I disagree is that, if anything, the people most opposed to pluralistic, egalitarian democracy have an intimate knowledge of what the Constitution allows. And they understand on a very deep level that there's nothing in the Constitution that says this has to be a democracy. Nothing at all. And so rather than frame the protection of American democracy as restoring or protecting the Constitution, I think it's better to frame the defense of American democracy as, in some sense, defending it from the Constitution.
Going to be an undercurrent of the entire class. Throughout the class, we will be reading people
Folks, hold on one sec. I'm going to start this video, then come back and talk right quick. I'm on a phone call.
Welcome to Hitler, Stalin, and the present. The class was originally called Hitler, Stalin, and us, but the appropriate authorities thought that the us might be off-putting. But I have to say right from the beginning that the us is the purpose of this class, that the underlying argument about history that I will be trying to communicate today. And I think, in fact, the underlying purpose of history is to understand the relationship between your own actions, your own thoughts, your own commitments, your own engagements, and the things that are going on around you. The person that you were asked to read for today, Tadeusz Borowski, took a very radical view on all of this. He was a survivor of Auschwitz, and his view was that he was co-responsible for Auschwitz, right? So he was taking this notion that we are all in history to its radical extreme, which is where I think it has to be taken. To say that you're co-responsible for everything around you isn't to say that you're the major player. It's not to say that you're dominant or hegemonic, but it is to say that you are always, all the time, doing something. And that these things that you are doing are related, among other things, to how you understand your place in the world, which always has to do with how you understand the past, more or less consciously. So the purpose of this class is to help us to understand more consciously what history is, how history matters, how it can be done better, and how it can be done worse. So there are going to be a lot of you young people references in this lecture, and I do this with apologies to the auditors. We're slightly in the position, and I say this with love for the dear departed Rob Reiner, but we're slightly in the position of that scene in Spinal Tap, where the two band members are talking about their roles in the band, and one says he's like fire, and one says he's like ice, and then like together we're like lukewarm water. So I'm not going to be aiming for the lukewarm water, which would be like the invisible 40-year-old. I'm going to be aiming for the young people, and then the rest of you who are less young are going to have to endure. So the purpose, this is predictable, by the way. The older people have a better sense of humor. I'm going to count on them for this is going to be a laughing gallery, and like the rest of you are going to look very serious the entire time and take notes. Okay, so many of you are starting degrees or beginning a university program which has to do with policy. And I understand that, and policy is something that I'm very interested in myself, and in one way or another have taken part in some ways over the years and decades. And so you might be asking, well, why does history matter for policy? Why would I want to be engaged in learning about history if what I really want to do is make a difference in the world? And the case that I hope that can be made over the course of this class, and in the case that I hope that will begin with this lecture, is that history is probably the single most relevant discipline for policy. It is very difficult to make political change without knowing what has happened before. Indeed, one of the ways that people are systematically disempowered from making political change is by being denied knowledge of what came before. To know what came before is to have a sense of what is possible, and without that sense of what is possible, it's very difficult to make a change in the present that's going to matter for the future. So I will add to that an anecdote, and this might be a little bit subjective because, of course, people who talk to me know that I'm a historian, but I have had the occasion to speak to a number of heads of government, heads of state, a number of people who do matter quite a lot in the political world, and they all, and again, it's possible they're just humoring me, but when they speak of the books that they are reading or the books that they are by their bedside table, these are very often history books. They tend to be history books. Even in the third decade of the 21st century, they tend to be history books, which is something worth keeping in mind, that people who have made it just as far as one could possibly make it in the political world are, I would say, more often than the general population, readers of history, right? So I'm closing the loop there without completely making the argument, but if you are a young person thinking about a career in policy, like that is also a data point which is worth keeping in mind. So history is about what is possible, but history is also about what is meaningful, right? So here, history departs a little bit from other disciplines. I don't want to speak for colleagues in other disciplines, but you will probably go into other introductory lectures. And in the social sciences, there is generally less concern for what is meaningful in a human sense. So history is a humanity as well as a science. I'll talk more about what that means later. But history is concerned not just with the what, but also, and not just with the what and the how, but also with the why. And the why in a human sense. So not just the why in a causal sense, X causes Y, or X and Y cause Z, but also the Y in a human sense, what things actually mean to people. Of course, what things mean to people and what actually happens are directly related. It's a premise in some of the social sciences or in some of the methodologies of the social sciences that one can separate out the question of meaning and focus simply on the causation.
All right, sorry about that, folks. My sister had some surgery today, and she is back home. So that it was my brother-in-law calling to tell me about it. Things are looking good. So this is Timothy Snyder. He's a historian of basically Eastern Europe. So he's kind of an expert on things like Russia, Ukraine, that area of the world. However, he's also an expert on authoritarianism, fascism, that sort of thing. And this is a lecture on, it's called What is History? And his is one of the better definitions because I talk a lot about history. I talk a lot about how we aren't taught to actually understand what history is. History is not a bunch of dates and facts and timelines. There's a lot of interpretative work, but interpretative of work if you're from the South. People just aren't educated to have the idea because history actually is more conceptual than it is a science or data points or timelines or anything like that. And he gives a really good definition here. One of the few videos I actually pre-watched. So let's hear what he's got to say. And then after this, there is just a misinterpretation of history by Chad O. Jackson, which is an excellent counterpoint in the negative sense. And this Timothy Snyder thing, I think it's 7 lectures. So we're going to be looking, at him talking about what he's talking about, mostly about United States authoritarianism, oligarchy, that sort of thing. Probably throughout the week till Friday or so, maybe even into Saturday, but we may double up. So the Saturday show is just left for something else. And speaking of Saturday shows, everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. If you're new to the show, please hit the like button, especially if you're hearing this on a replay. Leave comments if you're watching this on a replay. Support the show by supporting the host. Sovereign Beer Fund will be open for investment come Wednesday. Early investment is encouraged. And let us thank Ms. Tamika, TMKC, for early sponsorship. She has been very kind. And, I want to fawn over her, but it would just be embarrassing. But thank you, TMKC, for supporting the Saturday show and just sponsoring the show overall. Let me also take the opportunity to thank our executive producers, Ms. Brooklyn Watson, VCKJ3, The Lupin Writing, and The Speak Radio. And probably need to add Dirty Dude to it as well. I need to remember to do that. So, our executive producer level sponsors are just, they're too kind for starters. Because dude, I almost get embarrassed when I go, man, y'all might be wasting your money. But I certainly appreciate it. And we certainly appreciate my darling Tamika. So here we go. Let's get back to Timothy Snyder. And let's get a better aspect on this. So here we go.
Historians would disagree with that. Most historians would think what things mean to people is embedded, irretrievably, irrevocably embedded in causation. That if you want to understand what is actually happening in the world, you can't do it by abstracting away from what things mean to people. You have to also have a sense of what things mean to people. And this is very important for how one proceeds with history, or if you'll indulge me in this remark, with how you proceed with your education in general. Because if you understand causation as simply a matter of non-human causes, or if you understand humans in such a way that they can be reduced to machines or objects or other fully predictable kinds of entities, then you are following one path. Right? And that path will lead you to things that are parsimonious, that are elegant, which might seem true. But that path will not be a historical path. If you're trying to do historical work, or if you're understanding the world historically, that means that you're starting from the axiom that people are not exactly like machines. And that efforts to reduce people, human beings, to predictable entities, models, algorithms, what have you, are going to lead in a certain direction, and that direction may not be the direction of truth. Okay, so what can happen is going back to policy now and thinking about the uses of history, what can happen is something that we're all interested in knowing. I assume, right? What can happen, what might happen in the future, what is possible is something that we're all interested in. I take for granted. If you're interested in policy, or if you're interested in taking part in politics in one form or another, then the issue of what can happen is very important. And this is not as simple as it might appear. There are two approaches to what can happen, which history disproves, but which are very attractive, and in fact attractive to the point of being seductive, and indeed can lead you in one way or another to your doom. One way, and this would be now directed to the young people, although I might be out of date, one way is the idea that anything can happen, right? Now, anything can happen, I'm just going to say it right out loud, is not true. It is just not true that anything can happen. It's an attractive view, right? Like anything is possible. Your world is wide open. You can do whatever you want. Simply not true. Simply not true. Most of the things that could happen are not going to happen. Okay. Then there's the opposite view, which history also disproves, which is that nothing is possible, okay? Nothing is possible is seductive in a different way. Nothing is possible says there are larger forces, divine, mechanistic, whatever it might be. There are larger forces. What you do in the end doesn't matter. You bear no responsibility because the causes are overwhelming. Everything is already always overdetermined. Nothing that you do could matter. Okay, both of those views are equally disempowering, and they're related. If you think that anything is possible or that you can do anything, you will unfortunately eventually swing over to the position that nothing is possible, very likely, right? These two things are closely related psychologically, because you'll be disappointed. You'll find that everything is not possible, that the future is not wide open, because it's not. The future is not wide open. Not everything can happen. On the other hand, if you think that nothing is possible, then you're disempowered from the beginning. There's no reason why you would ever take action. There's no reason why you'd ever take meaningful action. You might join an organization, you might join a company, you might do something, but there's no particular reason why you would think that anything that you do is actually going to matter. History takes the middle position, the lukewarm water position, if you like. History takes the middle position, which is incredibly boring, but which is actually, in the end of the day, I hope, vivifying, and I'm going to try to show how. History takes the middle position, which is that some things are possible and some things are not. That some futures are possible and some futures are not possible. And that the more you know about the past, the better your chances are of seeing which futures are possible. So in this precise way, the more historical knowledge you have, the more empowered you are vis-a-vis the future, precisely. And this may seem counterintuitive at the beginning, right? You may think, well, history is about the past. It's about things that already happened. But there is no such thing as happened. Everything is always happening. Everything which every human being did since the dawn of time is still reverberating outwards in its causation. Everything which everybody did 5,000 years ago or 50,000 years ago still has causal influence now. There are no dead ends in history, right? So there is no happened, there's only happening. And so the more you know about the past, the more you know about what is happening now. And the more you know about what is happening now, the more you can influence the future. Another way to think about this is in terms of lines coming from the past. This is just a metaphor, it's imprecise, but it might be helpful. The history can be thought of in terms of a series of lines coming from the past. So if you think of the present, think of the present as like a horizon, and then there are lines coming from the past towards that horizon. Nothing that happens in the future will be totally unrelated to any of those lines. The only way to have some notion of what can happen in the future, and therefore change the future, is to be on one of those lines, is to be familiar with one of those lines. If you're not on any of these lines coming from the past, then you can't go towards the future. Or to give you an even stupid metaphor, imagine that you're in, like, I don't know, Alberta, okay? And now imagine that Alberta had an incredible set of trains, right? Like there are railways running all through Alberta. Then you could, okay, who's from Alberta? All right. So like, yay, you already been called out. Imagine that like you could get on any one of these rails and go across Alberta. That's one situation. Okay, now imagine that you've just dropped into the middle of Alberta with a parachute and you're just kind of looking around. That's being without history. That's being without history, right? History is like, it doesn't give you everything, but it gives you a line that's headed towards the future. If you're not on one of those lines, then the present is going to seem very confusing indeed, as perhaps it does seem confusing, right? I mean, you don't have to nod your heads now, but the present really is in fact confusing, which is another point about history. Okay, so I'm gonna give away a secret, which is that nobody actually knows what's going on right now. No one knows what's going on right now. No one knows, okay? The experience of the present is one of being pounded with 1,000 impulses of mutually contradictory certainty, none of which actually describes reality. In 50 or 60 years, if we make it that long, there might be a good historian who writes a good book about what's happening now, which will make sense. But no one actually knows what's happening right now. There's no way to start from the present and understand the future. That is an illusion. It's a comfortable illusion, but it's an illusion. If you're in the present, especially in the internet world, the world of social media, you're bombarded with lots of certainty, much of it, by the way, completely inhuman, about what's going on, right? But that's not the same thing as actually knowing what's going on. You can have some confidence about things that happened in the past. And the things that happen in the past, in turn, can give you some grounding in all of the confusion about the present, which can in turn give you some kind of confidence about what might happen in the future. So that's a sense of what history can offer. Okay. Now, the next point here is that not everything that purports to be history is in fact history. So, for example, I don't know, I don't know what the Canadian curricula are, so I won't make fun of them yet. I'll put that off till next year. But in general, the things that you study in school are not, I'm sorry, history. The things that politicians say about the past attract the word history, but they're not history. Very rarely are they history. Usually it's some kind of comfortable myth about how we used to be innocent and then bad things came along and now things are terrible as the result of other people. Think of the cliche, and it is a cliche, that history repeats. When I'm in interviews and so on, I'm asked all the time, like, the premise of the question is, well, we see that history is repeating. Okay. Here comes another big reveal. History doesn't repeat. It doesn't repeat. And think for a moment about the implications of the notion that history repeats. If history repeats, like a stanza in a poem or like the chorus in a song, then we don't matter at all, because history is doing the repeating, right? History doesn't, in fact, repeat. That's not how history works. You can learn things from the past. You can recognize patterns, and those patterns can ground you a little bit in the present. But history doesn't repeat. History is not the actor. Human beings are the actor. Human beings make history. So that the whole notion that history repeats, like, it seems to enlighten, but actually it disempowers. A similar structure you can find in political nostalgia, where whether it's, for example, Vladimir Putin talking about the Middle Ages, or Donald Trump talking about, I'm not sure, the 30s or the 40s maybe of the last century, where politicians pick out some period where everything they think was perfect and human beings were innocent, and they say that is where we're going to go back to, right? And this is very attractive as politics. It works very well as politics. And in talking about this kind of politics, commentators, journalists very often call it history, which I have to resist most powerfully, and I want to try to make sure that you don't talk about those things as history. You can call them the politics of memory. You can call them memory politics. You can call them a politics of the past. But it's very important, I think, we can discuss this, but it's very important, I think, to preserve history for a much more critical academic enterprise rather than for a political enterprise, which is designed to show that the status quo is the only way that things can possibly be. Okay, so why do people tell you that the past repeats? Or why do people give you the goal, for example, of going back to the past? Because those things are completely disempowering. These things are not just not historical, they're actually anti-historical in the sense that they deprive you of the agency which history is meant to give you. If I tell you that history repeats, it doesn't matter what you do, history is just going to repeat. Or if I tell you that the aim of politics is to get us back to a period 100 years ago or 1,000 years ago, you're also totally disempowered. Not just because that's impossible. I'm not even going to count that as a big reveal, right? Like, you know that we can't actually time travel back to the past. It's not just though that it's impossible, it's that if I, as the person in power, say, the goal of politics is to go back to a moment which I define as great or innocent or primordial or whatever, then you're giving me the authority to define what is good, what is primordial, what is innocent, right? So that reference to the past, to that moment of goodness or greatness or innocence or whatever it might be, is an inherently tyrannical claim, because it's saying, I, standing here, am going to define when things were good, when things were innocent, to where we all should be going back. And those, of course, are just some of the ways that history can be used to disempower people. In this class, we're going to be talking about National Socialism, otherwise known as Nazism. We're going to be talking about Stalinism. These are, and we'll go into much more detail about this, but these are also schemes about the past, in which there are very strong views which call themselves history, but which generally have the consequence of denying people that kind of historical agency. So, for example, if there is a Nazi, the Nazi will say, we all belong to races. We can't do anything about that. What races do is they struggle with each other for land. That's inevitable. There's nothing more to history than that, okay? So if that is true, then that means that none of the individuality of anybody matters. Ultimately, you have a racial essence and you're...
Yeah, this literally sounds like a lot of people that I run into day to day on YouTube. Race is real. It's inevitable. It's people trying to struggle for something or another. And that's the Nazis. I wonder. What's up, Ola? How you doing? And this is, by the way, called, well, Timothy Snyder is a historian. This is some lecture he's giving at the University of Toronto, what history is. I actually listened to the whole thing earlier today. And it's one of the better lectures on what history is exactly that I've heard. As a matter of fact, there's another one that I want to play after this, but let's see, we're at 2 hours. I guess I have time. Yeah, he's relatively famous. He's written a book called On Freedom, and I think the other one's called On Truth, and I own On Freedom. Can't remember if I own On Truth, and I have not gotten around to reading them. I'm a slow reader these days. No, not Gil Scott Heron. Different different truth. There's something I want to show after this, which is real short, but well, I'll talk about it when we get to it. We got some time left on this. I started way late, by the way. And, at this time, I'm used to being around 4 hours or so. And I'm just coming up on 3, so I was about an hour late. So, this ain't going to be a long stream because I'm getting hungry. And that's that. But let's get through this, though.
Your racial essence leads you to struggle. That's it. So there's no, you don't need any other key to understand the past or the present or the future. As George Orwell said about the Nazis, this is all very boring. It just means that there's endless, pointless struggle, generation after generation. Stalinism has a related problem. Stalinism says the way to understand history is in turn of a pretty simple relationship between economic change and changes in culture or politics. If that were true, if changes in the means of production directly affected everything in culture and politics, then it wouldn't really matter whether you're taking notes or not. It wouldn't really matter whether you're going to college or not. It wouldn't really matter whether you go into politics or not. None of these things would actually matter because somewhere there is a change in the means of production which is determining everything. Now, by the way, I'm not saying that changes in the means of production don't matter. They clearly do, right? The fact that we have now moved into a digital age, which I'll talk about later, clearly does affect our individuality. It's just not the only thing that matters. And our very awareness of our historical position and our awareness of what the changes in the means of production do to us is also part of history. So when we're going to be learning about Nazism and Stalinism in this class, that's part of the point of this class. But we should also be aware that they themselves are views about what the past means, that they themselves claim to be accounts of history. So one of the things that we're going to be doing, and maybe the main thing we're going to be doing in this class, is trying to sort out what is possible. And I'm bringing Nazism and Stalinism into this, and for a very simple reason, which is that the period of the 1930s and 1940s, which we'll be concentrating on, okay, this is a big historical argument. It's not as glamorous as some arguments you'll find in philosophy. It's not as sophisticated as some arguments you'll find in the physical sciences, but I nevertheless think it's a pretty good argument. The things that actually happened must have been possible because they happened. Okay, all right, I'll try it again. The things that actually happened must have been possible because they happened. Right? Okay, is the crowd with me on this? I'm just hoping the crowd. Okay, thank you for the positive feedback. I have to learn how to measure, the sort of Canadian cosmopolitan reactions, right? Because it's different. It's different. It's different. Like Americans open their mouths when they don't understand. You guys don't do that. And so I have to which means I can pick out Americans in the crowd, by the way. So also Canadians laugh at American jokes. That's another way to pick out who's who. Okay, uneasy laughter. Okay, everyone should laugh at American jokes, especially Americans. Okay, where were we?
Funny, Dirty, you say you were listening while you're cutting grass, actually reminded me of something I've been thinking about maybe the past week or so. I will go to other people's panels in the past, probably since Saturday night. I've been on RLM's panel, I've been on Nidish's panel, I've been on CM's panel. And, I'll go up to other people's panels and, their numbers get better. People seem to be amused at, my drunken ramblings. But apparently my channel's just too much business or history, which I guess is a good thing. But it's just ironic. I cut up on other people's panels, but I don't cut up on my panel. And maybe I just take my my channel too seriously. But it is irony. I bring people to other people's panels. That is God laughing. So, but it is what it is. I don't plan on, I don't plan on changing much except for the better.
In this class, so this is a very basic point, right? If one is concerned about what is possible, history gives you a baseline because the things that happened must have been possible because they happened. And that may seem like a very simple point, but it can also be almost unbearable. So we will be studying concentration camps and death facilities and political systems that are thought of as totalitarian. Those things must have been possible because they happened, right? They must have been possible because they happened, which doesn't mean that the same things will happen again, but it does mean that things like mass murder, huge systems of concentration camps, political terror are comfortably within the spectrum of possibility, that these are not marginal but mainstream events, and that these things could be helpful in helping us to understand what could be possible in our own century. So the idea that history is empowering can seem positive and it can also seem negative, right? So it can seem positive in the way that I talked about before. The more you know about history, the better chance you have of understanding the present. The more lines you can follow from the past, the better your chances of following one of those lines into the future. But it can also seem frightening, because if you're aware of all of the dreadful things that happened in the past, and the ones in this class are just some examples of dreadful things that happened in the past, then you're also aware that those things were possible. And that can seem very depressing. The way that I would bring these two things together is to say something like this. If one is aware that these terrible things are possible, and if one is aware of how they were possible, then you can make them less likely to return, right? Then you have the ability to make things like that less likely to happen in the future. Okay, so part of the class, of course, so that's where the class is going, but part of the class, of course, is going to be learning about what...
Oh, and by the way, getting Frost's audio issues, next time he comes back, I'm going to, well, shit, he did audio in visual now that I think about it, but actually being able to figure out eventually what was going on with his phone, and thank Tamika for that. She put an idea, something she said just kind of like triggered, like, wait, why hadn't I tried this before? And that's the beauty of collaborations. Dude, I'm supposed to be good with computers and stuff like that. And I don't even remember what she said, but it's like, well, why is he doing audio and visual? Maybe it's a bandwidth issue. I don't know why I didn't think of that before, but shout out to Tamika. Maybe she's good for me.
What did happen, right? About what did happen. And when I say what did happen, I don't mean in the dead sense that I have absolute knowledge and that I'm just going to give it to you. The things that I'll be teaching to you in this class are things that I once didn't know myself. The things that I'm going to be teaching you in this class are not a matter of my like finding some book of wisdom and opening the pages and realizing here is the truth. We're chiefly reading my book Bloodlands, and like any good history book, okay, I just said my own book was good, so sorry, that was very un-Canadian. But the other violations will follow. But the in any book, like that one included, that is of any good in history, it will be a result of testing hypotheses and finding out that the hypotheses were wrong. And that is the way that history is like a science. So when I went into Bloodlands, I had a scope, right? I had a laboratory, and the laboratory was the 1930s and 1940s in a certain part of Europe. I had certain ideas that I was testing, all of which turned out to be, to one degree or another, wrong as I got into the evidence. I tested and tested and tested until I could find formulations which seemed to hold up. That's what history is like. So I'm going to be lecturing to you, which I understand is very old-fashioned, and I appreciate your taking part in it. But when I lecture, I just want you to keep in mind that the things that I think I understand aren't a matter of an on-off switch. They're not even a matter of reading one book or not reading one book. They're a matter of testing things, trying them out, trying to figure them out. So part of this class, of course, will have to involve learning about things that happened. And the very first reading assignment that I gave you, Tadeusz Borowski's story Here in Our Auschwitz, can lead you into some of those things that happened. And here I'm going to have to say something about the relationship between reading and lecture. It is really important to do the reading before you do the lecture. It's really, the lecture is going to stop making sense very quickly, or it's going to make a lot less sense if you haven't, okay, I can see some guilty looks, if you haven't done the reading, right? So please do the reading before lecture. You're welcome to do it after lecture as well. But please do the reading, the grad students smile at that. Please do the reading before lecture. I'm doing my part by lecturing, you do your part by reading. If we don't both do our parts, then the class doesn't work, right? This is not a passive exercise, like I'm not a digital figure. We're both involved in this. So please, sorry, that was a lecture, that was like a lecture within a lecture, but please do the reading before class. Otherwise, things aren't going to make as much sense. I'm entering in, when I walk up here, I'm entering into a situation where I assume that you have done the reading, right? I can't assume otherwise. If I assume you haven't done the reading, then I'm insulting you. If I assume you haven't done the reading, then I'm not moving through the class, right? So we have to do this together. All right, mini lecture over. So some of the events that are in the background or in the foreground of the story that you read Here in Auschwitz are the events that we'll be covering in this class as historical events. Tadeusz Borowski is born at around the time of the collapse of world empires, which is going to be the subject of the next lecture. The collapse of empire takes the very specific form in Europe of the First World War, where the great imperial powers of the world concentrate their accumulated wealth and power against one another for about 4 years. Particularly, the Russian Empire breaks down, and Borowski grows up, Borowski's future is formed by a situation in which a Soviet Union is created and has a boundary with Poland, and he and his family, although they're Poles, are on the Soviet side. He and his brother and his mother and father then experience, in one way or another, most of the events that we will be describing. The famine in Soviet Ukraine, of which they're survivors, the Soviet Great Terror, both his father and his mother are sentenced to the Gulag. And then after they return to Poland, and Poland is destroyed in the Second World War, the ghetto, Auschwitz, the Holocaust, and concentration camps in general. All of these are in this story, or if they're not in the story, they're somewhere behind the story. Okay, so if you have read, since you have read, I'll put it that way, Here in Auschwitz, I want to then move on to how a story like this can help us to understand history. So on the one side, in this story and in the background of the story are events of tremendous scale. The crack up of world empire, the attempt to recreate empires within Europe, the drastic attempt to destroy states that carried out by Nazi Germany, the removal of citizenship of everyone in Eastern Europe under Nazi rule, the creation of a vast set of concentration camps, one of which Borowski chooses to enter. And I say chooses to enter advisedly, because it brings to light the other side of what we think we're doing when we do history. Borowski did choose to enter. He chose to enter Auschwitz. Yes, I can see he chose. Some people did. He chose to. He did it out of love, by the way. So, like, if you think your love life is interesting, like, there's a much higher standard out there. No, I can tell from who's laughing who didn't read the story, but his girlfriend, he followed his girlfriend to Auschwitz. And his girlfriend, in turn, went to Auschwitz as a result of loyalty to other people. And that, that may seem like a minuscule, tiny detail in this larger story of the million or so people who were murdered at Auschwitz, or the larger number of people who passed through Auschwitz. But if you know that he chose to follow his girlfriend to Auschwitz, that he did it on purpose, then you have in mind an element which you can't actually pull out of the story, even in what seems to be as overwhelming or deterministic as something like Auschwitz, which is the element of human choice and human agency. He didn't have to do that. And when you read his stories, and this is only one of them, and I hope you'll read the others, when you read his stories, you'll realize how perfectly aware he was of this. Because in the stories, he often writes characters who are based on himself, but who do different things. So, for example, he has a story in which he doesn't follow his girlfriend to Auschwitz, and she's murdered. But in fact, he did follow his girlfriend to Auschwitz, and in fact, they both survived. Right, and so this is a very broad way of bringing into focus this very important point, which is that history has to be about both how something like Auschwitz was possible, but also about the individuals who were in any position in Auschwitz. And Borowski is interesting about this and also heartless about this, because he refuses to say that anyone was an absolute villain and that anyone was an absolute victim. He insists that no matter who you were, at some point you bore some kind of responsibility, however minor, that never actually ended. And that's a much more difficult point of view. That's a very difficult point of view to accept, because a comfortable way of looking at history, very comfortable, and it's a very comfortable way of looking at the events we're about to describe, is that there were the good guys and there were the bad guys. That's very comfortable. And of course, one doesn't want to dismiss evil, and one doesn't want to dismiss, and one doesn't want to drop the language of moral condemnation. Those are also important things, in fact, probably necessary. But if we look at the history of the Soviet Union, or the history of Nazi Germany, or the history of imperialism, or whatever it might be, and we say, well, this happened because some people were good and some people were bad, that's not only is that wrong and not very helpful, but it's extremely comfortable. Right? Because when you think about history that way, you almost always think, well, yes, I was on the good side, or I would have been on the good side, right? I would not have been a perpetrator. I would have been a victim. And I'm sad to say it, but that is not likely to have been the case. And one of the reasons why one studies history is to recognize that, of course, morality is part of history, but not in the easy way of there were good guys and there were bad guys, and you just had to choose the right side, and then everything would have been okay. So there's a temptation to read into the past, especially events that are on the scale of things like colonialism or the Holocaust. There's a temptation to say, oh yes, I recognize the good side and the bad side, and therefore I'm a good person, and therefore I always make good choices, and that's all I need to know about history. That is not learning from history, right? That is the opposite of learning from history. And so Borowski's radical position on all this can be very helpful. Okay, so that history has to do with the individual and with larger forces is generally true. The account of Borowski and Auschwitz is an extreme example of this, but which helps us to understand the general point. Okay, so now how then do we think about this source, this story, in relation to history? What does it mean to lead off a history class with a piece of fiction? Again, I have to just close my eyes and assume that you have all read this, and don't hurt my feelings in the future. What does it mean to begin reading history with a piece of fiction? How is that helpful? Okay, first of all, there's something very basic to be understood about text, and this is where I'm going to start. History is a very imperial discipline. Okay, when I took Intro to Anthropology, I was struck by a formulation that the professor used, which was that anthropology is imperial. And he didn't mean in the banal sense that people from the West invented ethnography and He didn't mean that. What he meant was that, that's all true, but that's not so interesting. What he meant was anthropology consumes all other disciplines, right? So, you think you're a biologist, and then I say, well, I'm going to do an ethnography of biology, and I'm going to like do my year of ethnography in your bio lab, and I'm going to like learn about the habits in your bio lab, right? And so in that way, anthropology consumes biology. Or, you think you're a stamp collector. Oh no, but I'm going to do an anthropology of your philately, right? And thereby I consume everything that you do. History is like that, up to a point. So long as, hi there. I'm not going to make the joke you think I'm going to make. I'm just not going to do it. So history is like that too, up to a point, right? So you say, okay, I'm a chemistry major, and then I say, yes, there's a whole history of chemistry, and let me put the periodical table in historical context. Or you say, I'm interested in butterflies, and I say, oh yes, like there's a whole historiography of the interest, and there's a historiography of almost everything, right? So history is in this sense imperial, so long as there are texts. So that's the first point about what history is and what it isn't, which is very elementary. History is imperial in the sense that I mean. I don't mean this in like a critical sense. I just mean it in a kind of definitional sense of what the scope is. History reaches out so far as there are texts. And that's why reading any text is relevant to history, a very basic point. History stops, though, where there isn't text. History only exists where there is text. And that might seem like a trivial limitation, but in fact it's not. So depending on how you reckon what a human is, we've been around for 1 million years, 100,000 years, we've been around for a long time. And much of what we were doing in that time was arguably more interesting than what we're doing now. Right? I mean, what are we doing now? We're like walking down the street, staring at our phones. It's very possible that for the previous 999,000 years of history, or not history, sorry, human existence, we were doing things more interesting than walking down the street looking at our phones. It's possible, right? In fact, I'd say it's probable, but there isn't a written record of it. And therefore, historians are not competent, or they don't deal with the things that happened before the invention of writing in Mesopotamia and Egypt. Before we get those sources on stones about 5,000 years ago, history doesn't really try to understand. That's one end. And then we may be in the other end now. So history has a problem when there are no written sources. It also has a problem when there's an infinitude of written sources, and when those sources are hard to parse, right? So 50 years from now, I mean, a very simple example, there are no longer presidential archives in the United States. There used to be, because back in the good old days, if you'll forgive my like moment of nostalgia, people type things up. This was like the golden age for historians, okay? People type things up, they type them out in triplicate with carbon paper, and then they forgot about copies second and third. They put them in an archive somewhere, they put them, somebody filed them. Maybe they remembered to burn the first copy, right? But somewhere in some provincial archive somewhere, there was a second and third copy, and then historians could read that. From about the time of the Obama administration, there are no longer presidential records on paper, which means that 60 years from now, looking back at the Obama administration, people are going to have a much harder time than they did with the Eisenhower administration or with Roosevelt or whatever, right? And so this is just something to think about, but we may be approaching the other extreme now, where of course there's an infinitude of writing, but what are historians going to do with long heartfelt conversations with Grok, I mean, something maybe, who knows? But there's a lot. Like, what are we going to do? How are we going to manage an amount of reading, which is more than the human can do, but which also tends to be, deprived of contexts, which are at least contexts which are going to be easy to understand. Okay. So, but the point here is that any piece of prose can be dealt with as history, right? It doesn't have to be a history book. It does, however, have to be writing. Okay. Second very basic point that I want to make here is the difference between prose and poetry. So one of the reasons that I chose Borowski is that he is a poet. He was a poet who was forced to write prose. And, for all of you literature students out there, this will no doubt be an incredibly primitive point, and you will like crumple up your notes and throw them at me. Please don't do it while the camera's running, though, because that's going to be embarrassing. But one of the differences between poetry and prose historically is political. So poetry is used and very often has been used, not the poetry you write, I know, which is like existential and deep and about, you're like, that she doesn't love you and so on, but like or that she does, but not the right way, or whatever it is. But historically, poetry has very often served the political function of glorifying the conqueror, right? So if you were a Viking, for example, one of the people who would travel with you would be quite literally your poet. And the poet would then write poems about the great things that you did. And that is, and that's a very useful function. It's incredibly interesting. But poetry works differently than prose, right? Poetry is meant to summon up some kind of ineffable moment of understanding, like where everything falls into place for a moment of clarity. And it has therefore certain, powerful political functions. What I'm trying to say is that history is written in prose for a reason. That history is not, again, like in your papers, when it comes time to tutorial and like you have an assignment, if you want to write the thing in poetry, I'm not going to stop you. Like you're welcome to try to disprove what I'm saying. But in general, we use prose for the more critical purposes. We use prose when we're actually trying to explain that things are, that there's a lot of detail involved, that there are all kinds of ramifications, that we don't know, that we have to write at a certain length and so on. So Borowski was a poet who only wrote prose because of Auschwitz. That's the only reason. He hated prose. He didn't want to write prose. He only started because of Auschwitz. And so I'm just trying to draw to your attention this other aspect of history, which is very simple, but which may be overlooked, which is that it has to do with prose. We generate history in prose, not in speech, not in poetry, but in written prose. The next thing, though, that I wanted to do with this source is to think about what a source actually is. So what does it mean to talk about history? What is the relationship between history and sources? So in this text, for the purposes of this class and in general, if you're reading a Borowski story or any story about the Second World War, you will be thinking of this as a primary source. So if you're trying to understand what is happening, this is a primary source and not a secondary source. What's the difference between a primary source and a secondary source? The difference between a primary source and a secondary source doesn't have to do with it, it has to do with you. So a primary source is a source that you're reading against itself to try to understand things from it that it didn't necessarily want to yield to you, right? So a primary source might be a letter written between two people, and they have their own purposes for writing. It's Valentine's Day or whatever, but you read the letter because you're trying to understand what was going on in February of 1932, right? So a primary source is a source that you read because you have your own agenda. It's a source that you read it empathetically because you're trying to understand the people, but you're also reading it against their purposes. You have your own purpose, which is to figure out what was going on, right? So to take a more political example, in 1938, the powers of Europe decided that it was fine for Nazi Germany to dismember Czechoslovakia. You can very easily go into the library and read the main historical documents of all of the great powers at that time. And this would take you an afternoon. Okay, I'm just like fantasizing that one of you is going to go do this. All right, fantasy's over. So you could do this in an afternoon. But if you did that, if you were reading the Polish documents and the Soviet documents and the German documents, the French ones, the British ones, the Austrian ones, because sorry, not the Austrian ones, there was no Austria, but if you the Czechoslovak ones, if you read those documents, you can do something that people at the time couldn't do because they weren't reading each other's documents. Except insofar as they had spies, which is another story. You can take your time and you can read those documents against the purposes of the people who were writing them. They're doing something, right? They're trying to protect their own country's interests. They're trying to take advantage of the situation, whatever it is. You're trying to understand the overall meaning of the dismemberment of Czechoslovakia, right? So you're doing something which is against the grain of what the sources are, and thereby those sources become primary sources. So if you read Borowski's story, you can read it as a story, as I hope you did, but you can also read it as a primary source. You can say, okay, this is one source which can help me understand what Auschwitz is like. But the nature of a primary source is not that it reveals the truth on its own. This is very important. This is part of what I mean by reading against. One of my favorite moments as a historian was when I was taking part in actually a very important gathering of Polish and Ukrainian historians. It had to do with events between 1943 and 1948 when there was ethnic cleansing in the Polish-Ukrainian borderlands. And Poles and Ukrainians, and this is actually a very wise and fruitful project, Polish and Ukrainian historians got together and wrote a series of papers about the major topics, where each of them wrote a paper under the same title, right, which forced them to confront each other. And that was very helpful and interesting. But not every historian is a great historian, and historians are not always sober. So and they had beer at lunch. And so it was a late lunch. And one of the historians in particular had several beers. And at the end of it, and then the first afternoon panel, one of the speaker, who shall remain anonymous, picked up a document and said, this is true, and I have a document to prove it. Okay. That is not how history works. There is no one document which reveals the truth. Documents always exist in context. And when you're a historian, you're always trying to you're going from this document to this document, and this reminds you of some other place you could look, and you just keep circling for as long as you can, right? There is no one document which tells you the truth. So to give you an example, a very simple example from Borowski himself, not so much in this story, but in his stories in general, he presents himself in Auschwitz. He uses names which are much like his name. He calls himself Tadeusz or Tajo or Tadek. And in his stories, he is generally cruel and heartless and exploits other people. In the stories, that's how he presents himself. And if all you knew was the stories, you would think, okay, this fellow Borowski, he really did survive Auschwitz because he was a horrible human being. However, that is not what the preponderance of the documents actually reveals. The other people who were in Auschwitz with him present him as unusually energetic and empathetic and as having been responsible for other people's lives being saved. The other documents. Now, so if you think, okay, Borowski's stories are true about everything, and if also you have a very simple assumption like people always boast about themselves as opposed to the opposite, then you would think, okay, well, I know about this guy Borowski. He was this terrible person. He just, maybe he was somewhat rescued by the quality of his prose, but he was a terrible human being. However, if you know the other sources around Borowski, you realize actually he presented himself as being a much worse person than he in fact was. Maybe to make this point about responsibility, about how everyone bears responsibility, but as a matter of fact, he wasn't the person that he presented himself as being. So every primary source, is that how much time is left, or is that okay? Oh, okay. Wow. All right. I encourage other people to bring signs because I'll react to them and we can have a discussion back and forth. You could hold up signs in different languages and see if I can read them. It'll be lots of fun. Okay. So where was I? Okay. So that's one thing to think about with primary sources, is that they're interesting, they're fun, you're reading them against the grain, and you always need more of them. A secondary source, on the other hand, is a source that you're reading with the grain. So again, it's up to you, right? It has to do with your purposes. So in this class, my book Bloodlands is a secondary source because you're meant to be reading it to
this point about primary and secondary sources kind of confused me. And I'm going to probably listen to it again and maybe a third time. To me, the primary source would be something like if you're writing, you're reading the person directly who wrote about something, be it like a diary or eyewitness account or something like that, or a tax record, a court record, that sort of thing. To me, the secondary source would be quoting somebody who used the primary source. So I'll listen to this again. His way of describing the secondary source is kind of, I'd never heard it before.
Understand these historical events. However, let's say later on you were doing a project about what do professors at the Monk School or at the U of T assign, right? And what does that have to see? What does that have to do with them? Then the same book could become a primary source, right? So because you're reading it against the grain. So that's the difference between primary sources and secondary sources. Or to give another example, like if you're reading, let's say you're reading Hannah Arendt's Origins of Totalitarianism, and you're reading it to understand the 20th century, then it's a secondary source. But let's say you're trying to understand Hannah Arendt's relationship with Martin Heidegger, which if you don't know about it, I'll just leave that.
You know what? That makes sense now.
Then you could be reading it as a primary source because you're not reading it for its own purposes. You're reading it for your own purposes. And that's what turns it into a primary source. The next issue that reading a story raises about history, which is very important, is the problem of narrative. So narrative is the way that we generally write history, but narrative is also a temptation, right? So what's the temptation of narrative? What's a narrative which is very tempting? Do you have an answer?
This is also another good part. History is giving a narrative to events. Good point. And wish there were more people. Of course, there'll be people who listen to this on the replay. And by the way, if you do listen to this on the replay, make sure you hit the like button, even if you're new. And in addition, if you are new to the channel, please make sure you subscribe to it. But yeah, what history is, what this historian's version of what he thinks history is, I think, probably should save this for a Saturday show. But people, I had to teach CM what an argument is. And it's not, a shouting match or anything like that. An argument is like something you present. Well, the argument's going to have facts preferably, and it's almost going to be legalistic or formal in how you present it. Not like the shouting match, which is the number 2 definition, or squabble, domestic squabble. Let's see, where are we?
Yeah, okay, so that's a good example. Not everybody can hear, but I'll just repeat. So good guy, bad guy is a very good narrative. I mean, the most familiar narrative, one very familiar one, would be the happy ending. It's probably so familiar that one doesn't even think of it as a narrative, but you might have noticed that not all films, I understand, it's a very sophisticated genre, but many popular films operate by raising tension, by creating a sense that everything's going to go wrong, and then by some miraculous constellation of friendship, love, and high technology, at the end, everything turns out okay, right? That's a certain kind of narrative structure. And historians have to write within the language such that everyone can understand them. And so a certain amount of narrative is inevitable, right? Like if I'm writing a history of something, I have to speak about it in a way that you'll understand. I have to follow a certain convention up to a point. On the other hand, I have to avoid the temptation of making a narrative very neat in a way which is persuasive, but maybe not true. So here Borowski gives us another example of a kind of narrative temptation, which I just want to share with you. So in July of 1951, Borowski killed himself with gas from a stove. There is an overwhelming narrative temptation there. And the overwhelming narrative temptation is this man saw 1 million people die at Auschwitz, almost 1 million, that was his term, but it was in the high hundreds of thousands. This man saw hundreds of thousands of people die at Auschwitz. They were being killed by gas. In the end, he couldn't take it anymore. And so he killed himself, and he killed himself by gas in order to demonstrate his solidarity or something. That is an irresistible narrative temptation. And I say irresistible because, as a matter of fact, it has not been resisted. Like that that way of putting those facts together is incredibly tempting. However, it may not be correct. It may not be correct. So, but you feel the temptation of this, right? Like there's a fact is like if you're writing a play and you had that set of facts, you would very likely be using that fact as the way to bring Act 3 to a very clean close. But history isn't necessarily like that, right? And one has to be aware of narratives which are too satisfying, too easy, where the arc is too clean. So in the case of Borowski, July 1951, and his death by gas, there are multiple possibilities of what could actually have happened. And I think the possibility that he killed himself out of despair as a result of Auschwitz is not very likely. So to make matters more real, I will call upon a couple of witnesses or a couple of people who had informed opinions, namely his wife and his girlfriend. So his wife, Maria, who is the same person who figures in this story, her name was Maria Rondo, and as in the story, she was sent to Auschwitz, and as in the story, the two of them were there at the same time. As in the story, she survives, and eventually the two of them end up married in Stalinist Poland in the 1940s and into the early 1950s. She has just given birth to his child at the time that he kills himself. Her view, which one takes to be an informed view, is that Borowski was manic depressive, that he was always manic depressive, and that the only time when he was really at his best was during the 2 years at Auschwitz. And that before that and after that, he was unable to control his manic depression, that he had tried to kill himself a number of times with drugs and with gas, and that he finally succeeded by using both drugs and gas. That is her version, right? His girlfriend's version is he didn't actually kill himself at all. It was an accident. He wasn't in despair about Auschwitz or anything else at the time. He had an article due the next day. He stayed up late to write it. He turned on the stove to make tea. He left the stove on, and it was all an accident. Okay. Now, if one takes a step back and is critical, one can see how those two parties would have their own interests in those two versions. Naturally, the wife would want to make the story make sense within a larger scope of his life, which she understood. Naturally, the girlfriend would want to think that he was looking forward to a happy future, presumably with her, right? And so no primary source is unmotivated, but when you have those two primary sources, they probably do make the attractive narrative implausible. And that's my point. That the more powerful the event, something like Auschwitz, for example, the more tempted we are to make it make sense in a way which is comfortable. And that is what happened to Borowski. I tend to think that he killed himself, but not so much for political reasons having to do with Auschwitz. But however it might be, it's very unlikely to be the version which we find comfortable. And this is always true in history. And it's so, in general, if you read a history book and you read it and you say, wow, like this is what I always thought, and I'm feeling great now, that was a terrible history book that you just read. If you read a history book and you think, this made me a little bit uncomfortable, and now I can see some things I didn't see before, that might have been a good history book that you just read, right? So again, the example of Borowski is extreme, but it reveals the general truth. It is very tempting to make extreme events like Stalinist terror or like death camps. It's very tempting to make them make sense. It's very tempting to jump to some kind of conclusion which makes them make sense. That's very tempting. It's just not history. And so one has to be careful that one is resisting those kinds of things. Okay. So, and this is, just to bring the point home politically, these events, the history of both Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union, matter in politics in ways which have to do precisely with oversimple narratives or with narratives that are not true. So, for example, people say, not so much in this country, but in the US, people say, well, the problem with both National Socialism and the Soviet Union was that they had a welfare state. And that just shows how, if the government does anything to help people, you'll eventually have totalitarianism in camps. All right? For 100 reasons, that's ridiculous. But It's a narrative which allows people to confirm the things they already believe on the basis of powerful historical events. And this is a really fundamental temptation, and it's one to be watchful for. It is rare for people to learn of a powerful historical event and then to say, aha, this changes the way I see the world. All too often what people do is they say, okay, I just learned about this important historical event, and that confirms my worldview, whatever my worldview was before. And what I'm trying to say is that history can free you from that. If you're thinking historically, when you learn about something in the past, it will alter your worldview. It will alter your sense of what's possible and what's not possible. And just along the way, it will help you to recognize how these other comfortable narratives are probably not true. Okay, so the next thing that I wanted to say about history, which is bound up in the story a little bit, is that history is about the mystery of human motivation. The mystery of human motivation. So human motivation being something mysterious. And in this way, history situates itself, so to speak, between the inspirational sciences and the more deterministic sciences. In some of the social sciences, the assumption, or in some methods in some social sciences, the assumption is that you're all rational. I mean, as somebody who's taught for like more than 20 years, I know that's not true. But I mean, as somebody who's alive, right? I know that's not true. But it's a very comfortable assumption to say we're all governed by it. We're all rational. We know what we want. We know what we value, and that our actions are predictable in the pursuit of those values, or whatever they might be, right? That's one. And then you move over to this side, into the more inspirational world of poetry and literature, it will be something like, we're not really so concerned with motivation, we're concerned with feeling, we're concerned with the moment, right? And that's valid too. But I'm just trying to say that history is somewhere in the middle, where we are interested in motivation, but we take for granted that it might not be an obvious motivation, right? And this, should be intuitive on the basis of your own life, I'm hoping. So, do you understand yourselves, right? Do you really know why you do the things that you do? Good job not reacting. Do you really understand why you do the things that you do? Do you really know why you're taking this class? Do you really know why you're at the U of T? Do you really know why you did that thing you did on Friday? Okay, now I know I have to wait 3 seconds after the joke. I didn't know that. Thank you. I will now wait 3 seconds after the joke. So the point is that let's say you wanted to understand yourself, what would you do, right? I mean, for all of you who think you understand yourselves, you can just take a little break right now. But if you wanted to understand yourselves, what would you do? Well, you might talk to your friend, right? You might talk to somebody who spent a lot of time around you. You might talk to somebody you're related to. If you keep a diary, you might read your diary and see if the things you're doing now are in some way part of a pattern, right? If you wanted to understand yourself, you would look beyond yourself, right? So, and you wouldn't, and if you think like, well, what I did right now was just rational because I always know what I'm doing, and like I'm always in pursuit of my own rational self-interests. Okay, that's fine. You can also take a break for the next few minutes. But if you were serious about understanding what you were doing, you would recognize that you're a little bit behind a veil all the time, even with respect to yourself. And the more so with respect to other people. Like there are veils that have to be removed or pushed aside for a moment. And how does one do that? And of course, when you push aside 4 veils, there might be more veils that remain, right? There could be more veils. You could be getting closer to something and you never actually reach it. And in fact, you never do actually reach it, but you might remove more veils than someone else. And so when I say motivation is mysterious, I mean that it's very often surprising, right? Again, I mean, I'm going to stay with your own lives, but in a very general way. Like the moment we understand why you did something, it's often surprising because it's like a moment when you really understand why you did something, you recognize, okay, this isn't actually in accord with how I thought I behaved or what kind of person I think I am, right? It's often when you really understand why you've done something, it's often a surprise. And the same holds for historical moments. When you actually put something together, it's not what you thought, And it's maybe not even what the people thought. It's something that you put together which is plausible. So I'll now give you an example of this, which may help to illustrate some other points too. Not in this story, but in probably the second most famous of Borowski's story, which is called Please Come to the Gas, Ladies and Gentlemen, or This Way to the Gas, Ladies and Gentlemen. Borowski begins with himself at the platform, and there's a train arriving from, as it happens, from Będzin in Poland, and the people are being offloaded, and the inmates of the camp are there to help separate them into those who are going to be laboring and those who are going to be killed immediately. But the real reason in the story Borowski is there is that this is a time when inmates can steal things from the people who are about to die. And so that's the first person perspective he leads you into the story with. And one of the things that happens at the beginning of the story is that he's with a friend who is a former Soviet prisoner of war, a Russian, and as the train doors open, a mother tries to separate herself from her own child, thinking that if she does this, she will survive, right? She'll have a chance to be chosen for labor and she'll survive. She's sacrificing the child, or trying to. And the Russian prisoner of war sees what she's doing, beats her with a shovel, and sends her back into the column where she's going to be gassed immediately. Okay, so that anecdote or something like it probably happened. He probably witnessed something like that. But the question here is the mystery of the motivation. Why did the Russian prisoner of war behave like this? And I say prisoner of war, by the way, as we'll get into this, we'll learn more about it. But the inmates at Auschwitz came from various places and were there for various reasons. And some of the earliest prisoners were Soviet prisoners of war. And that's something that's accurately reflected in the text. So Borowski has an explanation, and the explanation emerges later in conversations. And the explanation is something like this, that the way the camp works, everyone involved, whatever their position might be, from the very top to the very bottom, everyone involved is obviously furious about the situation. But the only way that fury can be released is on people who are lower than you. It can't be released on people who are above you. And so hence, whatever your status in the camp is, you are going to be releasing your anger on people who are lower than you. So for example, if you're an inmate, you can release it on people who are about to be sent off to their deaths. One might not like that to be a plausible explanation, but I'm afraid it is in fact a plausible explanation of what was happening there. It wasn't just an anecdote. What Borowski is doing is he's providing a plausible sociology of how a camp system can work. Because of course, there are never really enough personnel in a concentration camp, wherever it might be, right? In the US today, or in Germany, or in occupied Poland in 1944. There are never enough personnel to go one for one on all the prisoners. There's always a system in which some of the responsibility for enforcement is exported downwards to the prisoners themselves. That's part of how it works. And like many things, if you understand this, then you're in a position to make it less likely. So what Borowski is doing in that anecdote is that he's showing you something more or less as it happened, but he's also giving you an explanation, an uncomfortable one, but an explanation. And it's an explanation, by the way, which is very helpful in a historical sense, because it helps you to understand, at least it gives you one thread to help you understand the connection between the large structures and the individuals. So it allows you to avoid the problem, which is that you say, okay, there's Auschwitz, there's totalitarianism, there are camps, there's this huge structure, and then the individuals are just meaningless numbers or whatever. They're mutually exchangeable dots. It allows you to see that, well, in fact, those big structures are only possible because of the way that humans behave. Not just because there are terrible sadists at the top, and of course there were. Not just because of that, though, but because of the way humans can be induced to behave inside those structures. And the political lesson that one draws from this is that, of course, it's not enough to be a good person or a bad person. That Soviet prisoner of war was not necessarily, right, painful to say it, not necessarily a bad person in every respect. In other parts of the story, he seems like a perfectly decent person. But the structure is such that it leads him to do this thing, which as a tableau is absolutely horrifying. And so the political lesson that one learns from that is that it's not enough to be a good person. One has to know what sorts of structures are likely to lead us to behave in one way rather than another, right? Because if your defense is, I'm a good person, you will eventually find yourself in a structure where, unfortunately, it's not impossible, but it's very unlikely that you will be. And so Bodovsky here is also making a point which is very helpful for us in this first lecture, where we're trying to understand what history is. Because history is about the individual and the larger structure, but it's not about the individual being completely alienated and separated from the larger structure. It's also about how the individual enlightens us so we can see the larger structure, but also about how the individual enables or doesn't enable the larger structure in ways that are comfortable for us, but also in ways that are chiefly uncomfortable for us. And in this class, it's going to be mainly the latter, things that are uncomfortable for us. Okay, so the mystery of motivation is something that historians are also after. Connected to this is the issue of morality, right? Because in this, if it's true that we are capable of apprehending history, then that puts us in a position where we are a little bit more responsible than we were before. So if you don't know anything about history, it may seem uncomfortable because you're full of anxiety and you don't understand the present, but there is a kind of comfort in it. There's a comfort in helplessness. If you don't understand history at all, if you have no grounding in history at all, then you can say, okay, I don't have much responsibility for the future, because what are you going to do about it? You don't know where you are. You're not on any of those trains. You're not on any of those lines. You don't have anywhere to stand. But the more that you know about history, the more, in fact, you are responsible, or perhaps the more you realize you are responsible, because every bit of knowledge that you have about the past is also a little tiny bit of power, at least a little tiny bit of power, which directs towards the future. And so insofar as there is a little bit more power, there's also a little bit more responsibility. And so the related point that I'm trying to make is that within history, there is always already and inextricably the question of human ethics. You can't really do history without human ethics. And I mean that not just in a sociological sense, that you see people's moral motivations as one historical factor along with other historical factors. I mean that the very effort to understand the past is itself an ethical endeavor and has to be. It's not just, again, that your toolbox is ethical, although it is. You can't do history well unless you empathetically try to understand people who are very different from you on the basis of the sources they left behind. Without that, you can't do history. And in that sense, history is ethical, but that's not what I mean. What I mean is that insofar as you are trying to do history well and to understand history correctly, you're also positioning yourself in a certain way with respect to the present and the future, which is that you are now somebody who understands some things. And it's comfortable not to understand things. And the second level to this is that the understanding that humans have something to do, unpredictable, difficult, humans have something to do with the overall shape of things is liberating. But because it's liberating, it's also difficult, right? And this is a point which is particularly relevant for the world that we're in now. So without being too much of a Cassandra about this, I just want to point out that this is not a great moment for history in the world. It's not a great moment for the humanities in general in the world. All of these arguments that I've been trying to make, which in one way or another connect to what it means to be a human, it is a difficult time to make these sorts of arguments, because in general, the way that we are being swept along by changes in the means of production, or at least changes in the means of profit, the way we're being swept along is towards a world in which the urge is to make us less human, in the sense of more predictable. Right? I don't have to explain to you how social media works. You know how social media works. I don't have to explain to you how large language models work. You know these things. You live with them. But the general thrust is, in a very precise way, dehumanizing, in that they are meant to make you more predictable on behalf of the people who are making money from the algorithms. And that general urge towards predictability is very hard on history, right? Because insofar as we allow ourselves to become more predictable, insofar as we become creatures who are just, who operate according to addiction models or pleasure and pain models, insofar as we are creatures who are always sure that we're right because everything online is always telling us that we're right, we're not only politically very easy to manipulate, but we're not going to be interested in history as a source of knowledge or personal authority or personal agency because we just won't see the point. We just won't see the point. We won't imagine that there's a useful realm of difference back there. We won't imagine that there's a reservoir of human imagination and possibility back there. That simply won't occur to us, right? And so this is one reason why the ethical point is so significant, because what the predictability engines do is they kill that sense that ethics is part of anything. Right? The goal is to turn you into creatures. I don't want to overstate this. I mean, but the goal is to turn you into creatures who are more mechanical than you might be otherwise. And certainly the goal, and it's been largely successful, unfortunately, is to push ethical considerations to the side, to make them seem laughable, to make them seem not real, to make them seem like things that don't matter. And of course, if you are successful in an attempt to push ethical concerns to the side and say they don't matter, then you really have done something which matters, right? Then you really have changed the course of history. And history, I'm trying to suggest, can also make us more aware of something like that. So this connects, of course, to what we're trying to do and to what the purpose of a class is. One way that we are in history right now is that none of us built this building, right? None of us built this university. None of us built this city. I mean, probably in some ways, some of you contributed to it a little bit, but we're walking into a structure, a university, me included, which we didn't actually create. It's already there. And if we think historically, we can ask, okay, why are there things like lecture halls? Why is a campus separated from a city? Okay, this one not so much, but why in general are campuses separated from cities? Why are these structures designed the way that they are? They're designed in order to maximize human attention. And this achievement, which was remarkable for a couple of centuries, has now basically been broken by one extremely simple and stupid technology, which is Wi-Fi. So the whole effort, which is based upon literally 2,000 years of human experience to build physical spaces in which human bodies and human minds can concentrate, has been broken by an incredibly stupid, idiotic technology which any child can understand, which is Wi-Fi. Okay, but this is why I try to avoid like phrases like high technology, because like so much of the stuff which is in our lives is actually incredibly simple, and we just turn out to be simpler, and it's important not to be. And so I'm making all these points because I'm trying to bring into connection. I'm trying to make the class policy of not using gadgets in class comprehensible to you, right? There is really no point of taking a history class or being at university in general if you're just going to continue a kind of algorithmic pattern of life. The whole point of going to university, and especially just in studying the humanities, is to exit the algorithmic pattern of life and to do something else. History can be very helpful this way because, like literature, like philosophy, like a lot of other things, it pushes you into the realm of unpredictability and into the realm of things that are mysterious and then become less mysterious. But I'm saying this because, and I appreciate that you guys do have pencil and paper. I'm really impressed by that. Usually when I do this the first time, it's like people come with like, what is this? Like, do you use all 5 fingers? And like, I'm noticing that everybody in the front row at least knows how to write, which is cool. But there is a coherence to this policy. And it's something which I have learned as a teacher, like that if we're going to try to do the humanities, we really do have to do it as human beings. And the moment that we say, oh, this is kind of a joke, or I'm not really paying attention or whatever, you might as well not be doing it at all, right? I'm not saying this class is going to be perfect or even good, but what I am saying is that if you don't treat the class as being something different from everyday, like Wi-Fi driven existence, then there's really no point in doing it. And so I'm trying with these rules to open up a space for you where you can do it. Okay, so mini lecture complete. Fine, we're getting to the end of this now. So the final place I want to go with this is has to do with this responsibility point, which I'm going to close with. A lot of the language, let me just move out from the predictability digital area. A lot of the language that you're confronted with when you're online is completely irresponsible, in the sense that there is no human being back there at all taking responsibility for what is in front of your eyes. And that's I think a very significant fact about the way that we live now, that it's not that we're illiterate exactly, but for the first time in human existence, most of the words with which we're confronted are not generated in a palpable sense by fellow human beings. There is no other person at the other end who could take responsibility, with whom you could have a conversation about what happened when you ask a large language model something, for example. Borowski makes a very simple point. I think it's in this story, where he says that I just want to quote to make sure I get this right. That he says that we should call things by their proper names, as courageous people do. And so the point about ethics, the point about co-responsibility for things, goes into the production of your own writing as well. Part of what makes history history is the idea that there are proper names, that the words do matter, that language isn't just incidental. Of course, it's impossible to get some kind of pure relationship between the word and the thing, but the notion of calling something by its proper name is meant to be in opposition to calling things by the names that seem to be convenient, or calling things by the names which are going to not offend those who are powerful. Which means that good history, and not all history is good, but good history will tend to always be in some kind of dissident position. Because if you're calling things by their proper names, you're not calling them by the names that they're usually called. You're calling them by some other name. And this does have an implication for you in your writing assignments, right? The implication is that you should be very thoughtful, or as thoughtful as you can, about how you use the language. You should be thoughtful and respectful of how you treat the other people who you are reading. You should be trying to call things, you should be aspiring to call things by their proper names. And not just what you think, the TA wants to hear, or what I want to hear, or, what's most comfortable to you, or to people who are around you, but to make the best kinds of arguments you can, using the language creatively. And I don't have to say, and so I'm not going to say that this involves, never using anything except your own minds and your own hands, right? But that's an essential part of it. Like, to think of yourself as having the capacity to try to call things by their proper names. Okay, and this dissident point is the one I'm going to close on and leave some time for questions. But this dissident point is also going to be an undercurrent of the entire class. Throughout the class, we will be reading people who, having experienced one system, the Nazi system, or the other system, the Stalinist system, or both, come to the conclusion that at a minimum what they can do is to try to call things by their right names, to try to record things as they actually were, to work against the climate of lies which surrounds them. And that is that effort to get things right, that effort to take responsibility, that effort to write in a way which reaches some kind of reality, is the challenge of doing history. And it's a challenge because otherwise, and this is a kind of tragic thing, if we all write things in a way which make us comfortable, if we write things in a way which make the world comfortable, if we write things that are in accordance with power in a direct way or an indirect way, then we are reproducing things as they already are, right? And this is Borowski's big challenge. And this, I think, is in this story. And I'm going to quote him. He has a very radical view about what the humanities can do for ill. He says, and the context of this is, he's talking about Auschwitz. He's saying that in the future, Auschwitz is going to be seen as something incredibly positive. And of course, he's not right about that, at least generally not right. There are sadly some people who think that it was incredibly positive. But what he's trying to say is that the winner, to use the cliche version, the winner is the one who writes the history. But he pushes this point all the way to the end, all the way down to the level of values. He says, the poets, lawyers, philosophers,
Wow,
priests
that is
will drown out our
counterintuitive.
voices. They will create goodness, beauty, and truth. Now, this is an incredibly radical challenge to history and to the humanities in general, because what Brodowski is saying is that whatever we think we are drawing from our educations, whatever it is, what we're actually drawing from is past relationships of violent power, which have left behind a residue which we find morally attractive. And that the reasons we find it morally attractive have to do with violent interactions in the past. And Brodowski tries to push this to the extreme to make it impossible to miss. And that, of course, is the challenge for everyone doing history, whether it's in a first history class or whether it's a professional historian or whether it might be, that there is nothing that we have in the present which is not touched by the past. And it is certainly true that the relationship between power in the past and what seems normal and good in the present is hard to penetrate. The counter argument, of course, is that proper history, that whether it's a priest or a poet or a philosopher or a lawyer or a historian, that if we know that what Brodowski says is true, right? If we recognize that there is a weight of horrible violence over everything that we take for granted, then we've taken a first step towards actually understanding those relations of power. And that then if we bury into the sources with the understanding that we can be both critical and empathetic, if we read with the knowledge that we're the kind of person who did this sort of thing, and our only advantage is that we know we're the kind of person who did this sort of thing, then we might end up somewhere else. Then we might end up doing history.
Jesus carries his cross.
All right. Well, for those
Condemns Jesus
of
to
us who stayed to the bitter end, and actually, I might even open up with tomorrow's show. This is the St. John the Baptist Cathedral in Savannah. Recently, this YouTube couple did some kind of like wandering around one of these travel things where they go back roads and stuff through Georgia. They wind up in Savannah and they take a tour of this cathedral. I literally went to the Cathedral Day school right next to the cathedral. So usually, like daily mass, we went to the lower cathedral or the lower chapel, which is like in the basement of the building. But every now and again, we'd actually, I don't think they call them high masses, but every now and again, the whole school would do prayers every day down in the lower cathedral. And every now and again, we'd wind up in the main cathedral for, I don't know, can't remember whether they were feast days or, just something like that. But I have not been inside this cathedral easily in damn near 50 years. My son and I walked past it like last year, not this summer, but last summer. And, we walked all the way up from Bay Street and I wasn't about to take a fucking tour. And I wasn't about to pay for a tour either, not through the cathedral. It should be free for Catholics or free for graduates of the Cathedral Day School. But I'll show it maybe this Saturday. Who knows? I'll fit it in somewhere. And I did have a short video to play afterwards, but I think I'm tired. I'm right at the 4 hour and 10 minute mark. So I'm going to wrap this up. Unfortunately, I've been let's see, this is 4 hours. I probably spent 8 to 10 hours on YouTube panels today, including this one. And I need rest. So Dirty, thank you for the kind words today, by the way. let us thank our darling Tamika, TMKC, an early sponsor of the upcoming Saturday show, and our producers, executive producers. And if you catch this on replay, please make sure you hit the like button. If you're new to the channel, please subscribe. Check us out. We might be a strong and serious cup of tea. If not, we're not herbal tea here. We are literally we are literally the real tea. So see everybody, and who knows if CM or one of these peoples are live, I may pop up after I eat and take a nap. So see y'all later.